Am I coming through? Yep, I am.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Eastland match of the round for today's big clash down here at Ferntree Gully Reserve. We'll hear Wally 2 Reserve, I should say, between Knox and Silvan. It's a do-or-die contest, win or go home. That is the scenario for today's game here on pre-match today. It's a big game as well, Knox as well. We're still waiting for that result. We know what they're capable of. We're Silvan. They're going to go in as underdogs today, but I'm sure they can definitely live it up to what this game is worth today. We're looking forward to this on the pre-match here on Radio Eastern, all around YouTube, on Facebook and YouTube around the globe. My name is Blake Tennant. I'm by a very good pre-game group panel we got here today. Brett Davidson, you don't miss a pre-match. Great to see you, and looking forward to today's contest.
Thanks, Blake. Yeah, look, I'm really looking forward to today's contest, and I think it's going to be a terrific game of football. And as you said, you know, it's really up to Knox come out and probably get a bit of consistency. Yeah. And Silvan, who have been reasonably good through the year, but both teams have struggled against the top four sides. So, we'll see how we go today. And as you said, it's a knockout round. That's the exciting part of finals.
And always great to have this man coming back as well. Haven't really seen him, but he's a Sunday specialist, is what I like to call him at the moment. And it's great to have him back today. Chris Cordis, welcome back to EFNL Game Day. Great to see you as well, and looking forward to today's contest.
Yeah, thank you, Blakey. It's I'm loving finals time every year because it means we get more Sunday games from Dowry more often. But yeah, really excited for this one. Like we alluded to, could go any which way really, so it could be a really interesting one, and excited to get into it.
We all like it's a weird scenario sort of thing. We know what Knox are capable of enough this year to say that they can challenge the likes of Basin, Upper Gully and Domvale heading into it. Silvan, they're going to be complete underdogs today, and they're happy to brace that as well. We were there when we were down at Kings Park for that radio game that we covered, and Upper Gully kicked the first 6 goals, and then pretty much after half time I think they outscored Upper Gully Silvan. So that's the things that we've been looking for. So it'll be an interesting one. You'll hear this a bit later on. We'll get into this game a bit more further on as we go on, but we've got a couple of games. We might talk about yesterday's game, and what a game it was. Yesterday's game as well, the Basin. So they'll be taking on Domvale next week as well. 10-10-70 defeated Upper Ferntree Gully 5-5-35. No best players listed for the Basin, but we'll talk about that, of course. Best players for Upper Ferntree Gully were Nuku, Charles, Rory Bailey, Matthew Graham, Buster Todd and Harvey Meyer. And as well, and realistically, Upper Ferntree Gully, they looked good for that first half. But after half-time, Basin kicked 6 goals to 2 behinds, which is crazy to think, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I think what happened yesterday, we saw a very defensive opening quarter where both sides were able to transition the ball, particularly across the ground. Neither side wanted to go through the middle for the moment. They wanted to go across the ground and then down the sides and try and bring it in laterally after that. And so we found a very defensive first quarter, of which Upper Gully looked pretty good. Their transition work was good. Basin played a very high line, so they brought their defensive line right up the ground, and suddenly in the second quarter the game changed when they threw Power into the middle. He changed the game in the middle with his ruck work. They then started to come through the middle, brought their high line up, used their running defenders, got the ball into the forward line quickly, and while they didn't score a lot, you could see that the game had changed slightly, and Upper Gully then found it really hard to transition out of defence, and in that third quarter, well, it was just broken completely open. It was 4 or 5 goals to none in that quarter.
Yeah.
I think Connor Edwards kicked 3 in that quarter.
Yep. He was superb yesterday.
And it was really, and they kicked crucial goals in crucial moments. Some good marks, some really nice goals from where they were, and suddenly they were on top, and they brought their young ruckman back in, Aiden Butler.
Yeah.
He just then dominated. Like, he was hitting 20 and 30 metre knockouts in the centre. They got a run on, and Upper Gully just didn't have any forward line. Every time they kicked the ball into the forward line, they were outnumbered 4-1. And so they lost their shape completely. And the last quarter was a bit of a non-event, really. The last quarter, neither side could kick to score much. But I thought it was an impressive effort from the Basin.
What's your thoughts, Chris? I know you obviously seen the results, but I'll throw you some list names if you want. I thought Lockie Kruger was sensational. Just from some of his corridor kicking that he did on the ground yesterday as well. And what I might ask you though, can they serve this same performance up against the raging Domvale team who have the week off? They're all here today, but do you think they can get it done next week against Domvale?
Well, I mean, there's certainly a chance. I think you'd be a bit foolish to say that they're not at this stage. You know, they did win that last encounter by, I think it was 2 points in the end. And you're right, I've seen some of the Domvale boys down here obviously supporting the reserves who are playing right now. And Daniel Michelangelo was walking around before. And it's just interesting to think of, what learnings he might take out of that game yesterday. Because I think there's certainly a chance. I don't think it's, in previous years, the dominant of Domvale have been, and we know about their shortcomings in the grand finals, but we've been very, very confident that they'll get there in the first place. right? But I think this is a step that it's not just looking at it and going, okay, well, they'll win this game and they're in. We're confident in that. Of course, you know that, if they play to the best of their ability, they will. But you look at some of the quality in this Basin lineup, and obviously they did take it to Donvale, but, I mean, the guys that you mentioned before, your likes of Connor Edwards and Power going into the ruck and Kruger, and it's just they have so many magnets to throw around, and it's a shame really, because we did do the radio game earlier on in the season when Murphy's Law, the Basin had about 7 or 8 outs, and we're thinking, oh well, what could have been? And we did leave that game feeling that we didn't see the purest form of the Basin, and obviously mid-season you do get injuries, and it's very rare you see a team at 100%, but you feel like now they do have a lot more of those weapons to use and to really put to this Donvale side.
Now, we obviously watch it. I was just saying, do the Basin have the best ruck duo in the competition right now?
I think they do.
After what you saw yesterday, I saw on the field they've got the best, because we saw Aiden Butler when he rested with Power. He drifted as a forward and just took a massive good clunk of a good mark there in the goal square. So I think they've got the best duo, and they can definitely take it up to a Billy McCormack or I don't know who the other ruckman is for Donvale, but I think they can definitely take it up for them.
I think the difference is that you've got two very different sort of ruckmen too. You've got Power, who has played a lot in the forward line this year, and so he's a clever forward. He's a lovely target, got nice hands, good kick. But he's so smart when he goes in the ruck because he's got great body, and he and McCormick would be great against one another. And then you throw in the difference, which is Aiden Butler, who's 6'7", and he's skinny and he's raw and he just jumps and punches, but he goes forward, and it's not like he can't be useful, because if he's 6'7" and he goes forward, you've got to put someone against him. So the defensive line suddenly works really hard at trying to make sure they defend him. And as long as he brings the ball forward, then they've got other good small forwards that can surround him. So it's a great mix. I really like the mix.
Sort of like Liam West as well. We saw him. He was very good in that first quarter. We didn't really see the best of Harry Upton, but in that last quarter he looked pretty promising as well. I know he missed the 2 behinds there. Kobe Ferguson, he was another one. He kicked 2 yesterday as well. So, and then go chuck in as well, the big fella in Edwards yesterday kicking the 4. So they're going to have plenty of options, but if we want to preview, we can just quickly talk about it, but Donvale have got the same luxury as well. Ethan Duncan's playing in the 2s right now for Donvale too, and they've also got a few. So it's going to be a great battle watching these forwards matchups as well, so we'll keep you in mind. So Basin will play Donvale next week on this ground on this Saturday, and then we'll find out who Upper Gully will face later on today between Knox and Silvan. So we might go through some results. I'll go through Division 4, a couple one-sided sort of contests as well, so unfortunately we won't go through too much detail, but Churnside Park had a big win over Forest Hill. 35-18, 228, defeated Forest Hill, 7-3-45. Trent Calsternine kicked 11 goals yesterday. Big win there as well. Warrandyte, Bay 13 would have been rocking yesterday because Warrandyte had a big win, 18-9, 117, defeated Kilsyth, 11-13, 79. So unfortunately for Kilsyth, they will miss out. There was a bit of talk if they get up against Warrandyte and Fair Park lose. Well, they didn't. They could, be a chance, but unfortunately not. The big fella in the action as well, Gabriel Stumpf, kicked another 7 goals, so he's up to 89. Looking likely to be a grand final day. Big day if Warrandyte can get in there as well. So that's another one. Croydon North Enlock had a big win. I think this might be their biggest score ever.
Yeah, I think so.
And they had a day out as well there. 31-14, 200, defeated Nunna Morning 6-12, 48. Bailey Cheong kicked another 10 goals as well. So good to see that their second half of the year is much better than what they've served up in their first half of the year.
And I think they'd be really happy with the way they've finished off. I know they've played a side that's weaker, but Cheong's been rewarded with these 10 goals. He's had a couple of good games. Polly's the same. He's had a few good games recently where he's scored goals. And they will be buoyed by the way they've finished off the season. They need to then, go in. They're going to get a new coach. Oates has finished up, I think. So they'll find a new coach. They'll need to recruit a few more, but they've certainly got the grounding. Churnside. Well, Castledine won the BOG last week against Kilsyth, playing as a bit of a high half-forward wing type, and yesterday he goes and kicks 11 playing as a probably centre half-forward deep forward, because I think Swift has kicked 8 yesterday as well.
Yeah, he kicked 8. Yeah, I forgot to say that, yeah.
So they've got 19 from their 2 key forwards, which is not a bad way of looking, and gets them into a bit of confidence and form coming into their final series.
Well, we'll talk about that game very shortly. Fair Park had a big win over Doncaster, so 16-16, 112 defeated. Doncaster 9-3-57. So they've had I would say, an okay year, Doncaster, considering where they were at the start of the year. But to win how they did, so they won 5 games this year, where we saw them at the start of the year, where it was looking like it was going to be a long year at the start, but when they got together and gelled, it's really started to work, Chris.
Yeah, you're bang on, Blake. And even looking at their percentage, 99.48, you know, like you said, we know that they didn't start well, but it's very encouraging signs to see that they were able to keep teams close and not really get blown out of the water by other teams in this competition, like we've seen happen to some of those sides below them. So it's encouraging steps, and that, you know, they're starting to build a foundation for which they can build upon for next year.
I just felt sorry for that one game where unfortunately they couldn't get the senior side due to the point system, but I'm sure that's all going to change next year, and you know, they can definitely have a look at, you know, some of their reserves players for next year as well. So I think they're in the right spot. They're still a couple of years away, but I think they're in a really good spot as well. So we might just give well, we're really blessed up here. We're having a little recovery sort of podcast. So I might just preview these 2 games. Just 3, you know, we'll give some time as well. So the elimination final, which is played at East Ringwood Reserve Sunday 23rd, so next Sunday, Bull Ants Templestowe take on Fair Park. So you say the Bull Ants will be the favourites heading into the contest. Fair Park have been disappointing from where they were at the start of the year to where they are now. It's really concerning because they've really done the top and now they're finishing 4th. So how have you guys summed up? You say the Bull Ants are the favourites heading into this game?
Yeah, I agree. And I 100% agree with your point about Fair Park because, you know, start of the season they look like this, you know, untouchable force, and obviously they've dropped up. Yes, there has been some injuries to key players, but, you know, we say this about every side across every division in not only this league but in any, you know, form of sport, really. So it's things that you have to deal with, and unfortunately I think that they've suffered at times for not being able to deal with that the best. So I agree. I think Bull Ants Templestowe go in with it as favourites. Doesn't mean it's an easy game by any means. Fair Park still have a lot of quality throughout all of their lines, and they have a lot of experience there, so they'll definitely be built for the finals. But I think, you know, we haven't seen the best version of Fair Park over the last 4 or 5 weeks of the season, and it means that, you know, we haven't really gotten a better understanding of where they're at. And obviously their round 17 game, I think it was, gave us a better concept of that. But now this is the one really where, you know, of course it's finals, but this is where you need to stand up. You know, it doesn't matter what's happened in the 18 weeks before that. It's a clean slate now. You need to put your best foot forward. But in the end, I do agree. I think Bull Ants Templestowe are favourites.
Yep. David?
Yeah, I think Bull Ants, and I think it's going to be a different style of game for both teams. One team's a very much a mark kick game, and that's Fair Park, whereas I think Bull Ants Templestowe more a running small creative team, and I think that in finals is going to be a little bit harder to beat. So I think they're going to get over the line, but let's not discount Fair Park because experience does play for a bit, and they've got some really experienced finals performers in their side as well.
Qualifying final as well. This is played next Saturday at East Ringwood Reserve. Warrandyte take on Chirnside Park. Warrandyte haven't lost since round 2, and that was to Chirnside Park, and Chirnside Park won by 10 goals. So, but then the last time they played each other, Warrandyte won by 12 points. So this one could be an absolute thriller as well. The 2 best teams in Division 4, you can say it right now. I'm happy to say it right now that they are the 2 best sides in this competition. This all-conquering Warrandyte team, they've got the midfield, they've got the backs. You've got the big fella in Gabriel Stumpf, who's going to have a massive say on where Warrandyte want to go, kicking the 89 goals. So he's only 11 away from bringing up the ton. I'm going to throw it up to you because you're the Chirnside man. And I'm going to say it here. Do you give the Panthers a chance against Warrandyte next?
They're always a chance because you can't discount a side that's going to play in a qualifying final.
Yeah.
The reality is I think that Warrandyte are the best team in that competition, and I think they're the best team by 5 or 6 goals, to be perfectly honest. But finals are different.
They are.
The one thing that Churnside have got is they're going to go in with a bit of form. They've had a big win yesterday, but they've also had a nice win against Kilsyth the week before. They've got a few boys back in form. I just don't think they've got the depth. I think Warrandyte's depth is really impressive, and I will keep going back to it. I think they've coached better than any team in 4th Division. I think he's done an amazing job.
Whitling.
Yep, as a coach. Really smart. You watch the way they play their football. They're playing football like they're a First Division side. They don't have First Division footballers, but they're playing like they're a First Division style. They've got a beautiful setup in their back half. They transition the ball really well. They've got great forwards. It's not just Beasley and a few other boys are there to kick goals for them. They're really nice through the midfield. They've got the 2 young boys, the brothers.
The Blakeys.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then the other 2 boys that play on the wings.
The Gribus boys.
The Gribus boys
Yep.
who have been, and they not only play wing, but they go forward and kick goals. I just like their structure. I think they're going to be too strong for Churnside. It could be a prelude to what might happen then 2 weeks later. So that's all I can say.
Yeah.
That I wouldn't be surprised that if Warrandyte win this one, Churnside might get another crack at them in a couple of weeks' time.
Chris, how do you see this on?
Yeah, I agree in large parts with what Davo said. I think the only thing really that I think gives Churnside Park an edge is, we've seen them play these finals games before and even last season, but even throughout this season as well, they know how to play against the big teams. Not to say that Warrandyte don't by any means, but this is something where, you need to take a bit of bite into it and you need to kind of tailor your game plan. Obviously, it's finals, they've been there before, so have Warrandyte as well, but, we've seen Churnside Park time and time again, if they're not, beating these teams, they're keeping him very close. And that's the thing where if you can just hang in against a juggernaut of the competition like Warrandyte in finals, there will be enough situations and enough scenarios where you might get a bit of luck. You can start to get the ball rolling and build momentum. And if you can just time your run right in the game, that's all you need. So I think that does give them the chance. Again, though, with everything that Dave has just said and with everything that you said as well, I think it's 14 wins on the trot for Warrandyte. It's very, very hard to tip against them.
And I think the other thing that we will go is that Churnside will probably love the fact that no one's tipping them. They'll love the fact that everyone's saying, Warrandyte's going to win.
Well, it was sort of like the flick versa of what happened last year.
Yeah.
They were the favourites coming into, and that game against Whitehorse where they won by 56 points, I believe it was last year, and then unfortunately just ran out of tickets on the last day of the year. So I think you're spot on there. I think they're going to go in as underdogs. Yeah.
And they will probably enjoy that fact. It takes a bit of pressure off. It's kind of like a semi-free hit, and so why not have it? Why not have that free hit?
Well, there you go. So that is Division 4 finals. So we talked about that. So Churnside Park, if you just join us, Churnside Park take on Warrandyte at East Ringwood Reserve. And then the elimination final is Bulleen Templestone taking on Fair Park as well. We're going to talk about Division 2 and what a day it was yesterday. We were getting the GM of football doing some calculations for finals, implications. Heathmont were relegated for, I would say, about 10 minutes, and then Ringwood prevailed and Lilydale beat Scoresby. So we'll go through a couple results that had no impact on how it all went. Surrey Park, so they get the minor premiership. First time in a long time, I would say. They didn't get it in 24 and they didn't get it in 23. So they get the minor premiership here. 14-11-95, defeated Croydon 10-16-76. Best plays for the Panthers in Nicholas Can. He got best on. Oscar Knight, Heath Morton, Lockie Harding, Benjamin Palmer, Hayden Telford. And for the Blues, Joshua Pentinella, Rhett Jordan, Adrian Ficcarelli, Trent Dodd, Jake Christie and Aaron Nicholas were the best for the Blues. Moving on to Eastfield Reserve here. The Rams had a big win here, 63 points, defeated Mulgrave in that battle, 128, defeated Mulgrave, 9-11-65. Lucky Joes was best on, and Riley Volanalis was best on as well for Mulgrave. So, big win, a confidence win heading into next year for the Rams, I reckon.
Yeah, and if you look also at the Surrey Park game, Croydon had to win that, and they've gone down. Young Oscar Knight's come out and kicked 6 goals yesterday for Surrey. He's been a very, very good pickup for them. he's a bit out on off Broadway a bit when you look at the Williams and all the other boys. But I tell you what, he's got a lot of talent, this kid. And to kick 6 in a big game like that as a small mid-forward, I think he's done really well.
And considering the outs that Surrey Park had as well, that's the other big issue as well. But for the Rams, I'll just quickly touch on the Rams with you, Chris. It's a funny old story. If you actually think about all these close losses that they had, they'll be playing finals East Burwood. But unfortunately, they've just kicked themselves out of contention as well. So, but a good confidence win against the side that's been the informed team, apart from Surrey Park, of course, in Mulgrave. This can lead into next year, I reckon, Chris, for the Rams.
Yeah, and I think it needs to. Obviously, looking at it a few weeks ago, even about a month ago, it was morale, well, not morale-wise, but just looking at it from our perspective, from the outside looking in, we're looking in and saying, well, it's pretty much another wasted year with all these close games that they've dropped. But the good news is now is that, this is a massive win, albeit, looking at the lineups, I think Mulgrave rested a few players with eyes on next week. But, you've got to beat what's in front of you. So I think for East Burwood, not just this one, but also the past 2 weeks, they finish off 3 on the trot. It's momentum that they need to take in. And the good news is, even though they were losing all these close games, it doesn't take a lot to swing that to a win. It doesn't take a lot to swing 0-6 to 3-3, and all of a sudden you've got 12 more points, and now you're really knocking on the door of finals, and you're really, starting to go in, because we've seen them beat up on the teams below them at times. We know they can put a good score on the board, but it's really just, getting the grit and grind to get those over the line. And I know they'll take from that. I'm sure that's what they're saying as well. But you're right, 3 on the trot to finish the season, very encouraging. Really want to see them taken into next season as well.
Yeah, and I think they kicked 13-1 at one stage yesterday. They were, so that's it's not bad kicking either, is it? It's a good way to
28. That's a very good day.
It is a very good day. So, and I had a person who was out there and said they were absolutely dominant the whole game.
Well, this is where the mayhem starts. So we'll start off here. So Lilydale taking on Scoresby. At one point, Scoresby had the lead, 72-66, so 11-6-72. I'll just quickly read through the scoreboard. I'll just spoil it anyway. But Scoresby 13-9-87 fell to Lilydale 14-6-90. But if you have a look at the scores across the timeline here, Scoresby had the lead at three-quarter time, 11-6-72 to Lilydale 10-6-66. That was your three-quarter time. Lilydale kicked 7 goals. After on half time as well. Scoresby kicked 5. Lilydale kicked 4 goals in the last quarter, and they'll be playing finals for the first time since 2019, the Falcons. So very good seeing them, considering where they were last year and to where they are now. They are the most improved side. So Tucker got best on with Carolyn and Clausen. He's having a great year. Cooper Frith got another best on with Matthew Smith and Brody Sylvester and Jordan Calamari, and Max Dooley with Kyan Ellis and Matt Phillips. So there you go. But that's a good win by the Falcons on a day where they had to win and the pressure was on them as well. They're in the finals now, so
I can't remember a game. To be honest, I'm struggling, and I know I'm getting old, but I'm struggling to remember a game where one team had to win to avoid relegation and the other team had to win to make finals. It's quite an unusual scenario within that one division. And then for it to come down to basically the last 5 minutes of the game where, the ball was being transferred up and down, Lilydale, super performance. To get up and have a win was amazing. But they're young. They had a good side in yesterday. Brought in a couple of good players in Brown, another boy. They've both come in and been good. Tucker's kicked 5. He stood up in a final, which is great for him to kick 5. I think they well deserved. And Scoresby can feel a little bit stiff here because they've really had a good last 7 or 8 weeks. It was their start of the year.
Yep.
Losing their first 5 or 6 was really hurt them. And then it was all about catch up. And they managed to do that, play some really good footy. They just probably ran out of luck at the end, and unfortunately they go back to 3rd division and have got to do it all again next year.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And just from a Lilydale perspective, looking at it from kind of a whole season perspective, I love the way they've gone about it. We knew that they did have some good pieces in that lineup. But a lot of sides, they bring in these youngsters and they kind of, start to work them through slowly and give them games here and there. I think Liddell did the opposite. You look at the guys like Vipon, Ridiford, Chilicek as well, your mate Blake. These are guys that are playing the higher divisions but weren't playing first grade footy as much as they would have liked. And they've come in and they've taken this division by the scruff of the neck and they've really driven it forward. And that gives you, your guys that have been standing up for so long, like the Claws, like Riley Clausen and those kind of guys, that means that it doesn't have to be all of the load on their shoulders all of a sudden. They can still contribute and they can still be the driving force of that team, but it's more of a whole team approach, and I think that's just put him in great stead going into this season and now going into these finals.
And also you can chuck in Harrison Ehlers as well, coming from Blackburn. So that they're in a good spot here as well, Lilydale, and so they'll be taking on Waverley Blues next week as well. But Ringwood, now this is the interesting one as well. They had a big win over Templestowe as well, 6-6-42 the Dockers to Ringwood, 8-5-53. It was just neck and neck all game for this one as well. Josh Matthews, he got best on for Ringwood, and Marcus Young for Templestowe got in the best players there. So Ringwood survive, I think that's the word you can say. And Scoresby unfortunately have to get relegated here, but that's a big win for Ringwood. Templestowe, a few question marks heading into next week.
Well, look, they're really limping into finals, aren't they? I mean, we know they had a huge amount of players out. I counted they had 10 players that I believe would start on the ground in their best side out yesterday. That's a lot. But a lot of them were injuries. There might have been a couple rested, but a lot were injured. But they've just limped into this position. It's going to be a big ask next week. Ringwood, at the start of the year, quite a few people, including myself, saw that they recruited Calder. They recruited a few other really good players. And I thought, you know what? They could sneak into the 5 here. They just had a terrible run where they just couldn't win a game of football.
And had injuries as well.
Calder's only played probably 6 games for the year. And now they've come out and they've won their last 2 or 3, haven't they? And again, they're really in the position they should be, which is they should still be in that division. I'm really happy for Brett Rowe. Great coach. I thought they were really disappointing in his 200th game, but they managed to pull it out now and win to keep them up in the competition. And I think it's good for the competition. But Templestowe, they're a real watch and see for me for next week. Real watch and see.
Yeah. Chris, I'll throw it up to you here. Your Waverley Blues,
Yes.
I've been hearing this as well. 13-8, 86 defeated Heathmont. They're lucky. They will be playing in second division next year because it looked pretty full on. I reckon 5 minutes was probably the most we saw that Heathmont unfortunately will be relegated, but they survive here. So Oscar Harding got best on, and Nicholas Peck got best on for the Jets here. So a strong start all day. I felt like it was the third quarter that was the turning point, but Heathmont's credit though, they managed to kick 6 goals to 5 after half-time. So a bit of credit there. They'd put a lot of effort into because they probably saw a few scores. But Waverley Blues, they've really come out of the woodwork, haven't they? A couple of weeks ago, we didn't think where they'll finish, but now they finished 4th, and now they are really, they're only a game off double chance. If you look at it too, and 2-game gap between Lilydale. So big win by the Waverley Blues, Chris.
Yeah, very encouraging sides. From a Heathmont perspective as well, I think they did well to stick through it throughout the game. You mentioned that second half. Obviously, they would have known, although they would have been seeing scores, or if they were seeing scores throughout the game, they knew that they needed to keep that percentage close, even if they were going to lose. So it was well done from them. They do enough. But yeah, from a Waverley Blues perspective, very, very encouraging. Just like the last 3 weeks have been. I think it would have been easy to mentally, I think, take a bit of a step back in this game, given that they had that big win against Templestowe. I think it was last week, and I think that was the one that locked them into 4th place. So it would have been easy to take a mentally or even physically just a backward step and just kind of think, all right, well, now we're looking at finals. But it's good to see them get through it as well. And speaking to the people down there before the season, throughout the season, even now, they've always been saying, the goal was to qualify for finals because they knew that they believe that they were good enough to take that next step. And then anything from here is bonus now. So, they could go in. They don't need pull any punches or anything of the sort. So they'll go into next week, they have a good chance of winning that, and then really we can see them properly put themselves up against some of those top 2 or 3 sides that they've, really struggled against throughout the season, apart from obviously Templestowe, but, looking throughout earlier in the regular season, big defeats to Surrey Park, Templestowe, Mulgrave. So it'll be really interesting to see there, not only for this season and these finals, but also going to next season, really how they match up and where they are in comparison to the Yardstick in Division 2.
Okay, so what we'll do a little bit of a preview, and then we're going to take a short break. Surrey Park, they get them on a premiership, so they'll get the week off here. But your first qualifying final played at Walker Park next Saturday is Templestowe taking on Mulgrave. That's the first qualifying final. And then on the Sunday, the elimination final, Waverley Blues taking on Lilydale. I'll just get a quick recap, a preview if you want. Templestowe, Mulgrave, as you mentioned, Templestowe have been really ordinary this last month as well, and you can say a few other results as well. But I think you're right, Dave. I think they are limping in, and Mulgrave will certainly be the head favourites coming into this game on Saturday.
I would think that they're going to get a few players back, but basically they had apart from Mitchell, they had their whole midfield out yesterday, and they've had them out for a number of weeks. They need to get Fogarty back. They need to get Warren back. They need to get Carl Giovannini back. They need to get Pafronis back. There's a list of players. They need to get Fasanella back, because if you look through their last 3 or 4 rounds, they haven't been able to score. They've had nobody to kick their goals, and I mean, Young's been a good forward for them all year.
Seedsman too.
And Seedsman as well, but they're missing the small forwards that have been able to jump in for their 2s and 3s. Didn't have Mariani yesterday either, so he's always good for a couple of goals. If they get them back, they're going to be really competitive, but they're also going to come back after some of them 2, 3, 4 and 5 weeks out. So it'll be interesting to see how they match up. Tilliard needs to come back. I'm not sure what his injury rested yesterday, but if he comes back in, they're just a super quick running team that have got a good key forward. Their back half's underrated, so I think they match up pretty well. I'm tipping Mulgrave to get over the line here, but I think Templestowe will be better as long as they get some of those players back.
Chris Gordis?
Yeah, I agree, David. It's a very big if given who they have coming back into that lineup. But I think the key for Templestowe, first of all, my tip is Mulgrave. I think they've been taking some really good form. I don't read too much into their loss yesterday. But I think for Templestowe, the key is to make it a cagey game. We know that finals can get cagey, but they really need to lock it in, because that's when, their guys on the inside, your Mariani's, Fogarty's, Giovannini's, these guys, your Bulls inside can really take charge of the game. And obviously, again, though, we need to see where if they're getting into 3/4 time, and whether it's, a close game or whether it's they might be up 1 or 2 goals, then, the conditioning comes into it. We have all these guys coming back after a couple of weeks or about a month off. Then, your legs start to get heavy, and they're good enough to push through. They know they're good enough to push through. But that's when it really becomes tough, and especially with a team like Mulgrave who have the run, who have the speed out of the middle. If the game becomes open, I think it's really, really dangerous for the Dockers.
And then the elimination final, Waverley Blues taking on the Falcons. The Falcons playing finals for the first time since 2019, which is a very good get for the club to go where they were last year and the year before compared to where they are now. But they're probably playing against the informed side. You can pretty much say it now. They've been really rock solid at the moment, the Waverley Blues. I'm tipping the Waverley Blues here. I think they've got a lot of firepower as well, and I reckon Sam Bates will get them going for this first final. Do you guys all agree with that one?
Well, I've been on the Lilydale train since round 1. I've thought that the ability to get key bookends, Evans and Chalekian, I think that's been really key to them. But I watched the vision of Waverley this morning from yesterday's game. I was super impressed the way they moved the ball from their defensive end. They've got some really clean movers. They've got a lot of underrated players. The Hardings, these boys are really underrated. They've got some, they didn't rely on Vickers a lot yesterday, which is someone that can stand up in big games. They've got a great ruckman in Playstead, totally underrated, but he goes all day. I'm tipping Waverley.
Yeah, I'm tipping Waverley as well. It's really interesting, though, because you look at when they've met throughout the regular season. It's, Waverley win by 4 and then Lilydale win by, I think it was 3 in the second meeting. So real close one, but I'll go the Blues.
No worries. All right, so we're going to take our first ad break here on the Eastland match of the day, the Sunday Blue review here as well. After the break, we'll hear all things Division 1 and Premier.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, the Sunday edition here as well for the Division 3 Elimination Final between Knox and Silvan as well. So we'll do a little bit of that game a little bit of later on as well. But at the moment we'll be dissecting all the action that went about yesterday as well. So we'll be doing on Division 1. I'm Blake Tennant, joined here by Brett Davidson and Chris Cordes. We'll start off here with Division 1 now. So we move our attention to First Division. A couple results that didn't really have an impact as well. Norwood finished off the season in a really good high note here. They had a big win over Bayswater. 19-14, 128 defeated Bayswater, 7-6-48. So unfortunately Bayswater couldn't get a win and they'll be going in second division next year. Montrose had a good win against Beaconsfield, 12-10-82. Defeated Beaconsfield 9-9-63. So good form win. I'm not really taking much out of it. I think they'll probably put all their guns and cards into for next week's final, which we will preview in a few moments' time. North Ringwood, they get the minor premiership here. Big win by the Saints here. 14-13-97, defeated Baronia 11-15-81. So a minor premiership for the Saints. First time in a long time, I reckon. So that's a big win by the Saints, Davo.
Yeah, it was. And, it was a credible effort from Baronia too. I mean, they hung around. I think it got fairly close to three-quarter time, and then I think North Ringwood just bounced away in that last quarter. Look, it's been really hard to separate those top three all year. North Ringwood, Park Orchards and Mitcham, they've all been very, very close all year. So for them to get the week off and the rest is certainly a bonus for them and well deserved, and they'll go in feeling pretty good about whoever they play in a couple of weeks' time. Montrose did what they needed to do. But again, I know you don't take much out of it, but Beaconsfield had a reasonable year. They push a lot of sides. They'll learn a lot. They'll be better next year. And for Montrose to get over the line without a couple of key players, I think was a real bonus for them. And they'll go into finals feeling pretty good too.
I think all I'm saying is the big fella might be playing next week. So
he might be.
Yeah. So there you go. So
watch this space.
Watch this space as well. So we're moving on. Park Orchard had a 10-point win over Murrabak here, 15-13, 103. Defeated Murrabak 13-15, 93. Got to give credit to the Mustangs. They were winning at half-time 59-45, but just unfortunately just been their year, I guess, where they just haven't been in games for long enough. Low scores as well. Lewis Downey kicked the 6 goals. He was best on ground for the Sharks. While for the Mustangs, Lockie Monteith continues his hot form. He's been in really good form the last couple of weeks. So Park Orchards will be playing in the qualifying final. And speaking of that qualifying final, they'll be playing Mitcham because Wally South had a good win here. 13-9, 87, defeated Mitcham 11-10, 76. So an 11-point win for the Devils here. Dang Andrew got best on ground. Mason Porter for the Tigers got best on as well. So bit of individual goal kickers as well. Dylan Moore kicked 2. Jamie Hunt kicked 3. Liam Hewitt just the 1 major as well, but he's just come back into the side. So good to see him get another run as well. Olden kicked 3 for the Tigers. So good win by the Devils as well. I think it's more on the Devils. I know the Tigers, they've already locked up the double chance. So they're trying to get their players back at the right time, but still, big win for the Devils.
I think it's a bonus for them confidence-wise because they've had a couple of average weeks there, especially at home, but this is a good win at home. We talked about it in the Friday preview. We thought that the big forwards of Mitchell were going to be too good, but if you think about the ground at Tyner, it is an awkward ground to play as a forward, especially tall forwards. Your running patterns go into each other a little bit, and I think that's what may have happened yesterday. Great win for Juan Turner. Mitcham are going to be able to reassess. Don't get me wrong, they're a top level side. They'll reassess, they'll go back and they know what they're going to do the week after. For me, Park Orchards, they are just a side that knows how to win. If you look through their year, they've had a couple of big wins, but they just seem to know how to win these 8 and 10 and 12-point games.
And they've got the different ways to win as well.
Yeah, all through the year. And we kind of we kept underrating them a fair bit, but they keep just doing it. So it's going to be a fascinating final series, this one coming up.
As well, and what's your thoughts there? Tigers, just a bad day in the office, Chris?
Yeah, look,
they've got the double chance.
Yeah.
But the only question mark I had is they could have got the minor premiership and had a week off, but fortunately didn't do that. Mitcham maybe like doing that, where they like having consistent sort of brand of footy. So, what's your thoughts there?
Yeah, I agree with you, but, I think they're still in a very good position. We know they're a quality side. We've seen them match up against these guys that they'll be playing against in the final series. So, not so much question marks, definitely not alarm bells or anything like that. They'll go in next week. They'll be ready.
All right, so we're going to do a little preview here. So, finals action for Division 1 next week. Toolmore Reserve, the 2024 Grand Final rematch. Mitcham and Park Orchard will be playing next Saturday. That's 2:20 at Toolmore Reserve. And then the big elimination final, Montana South play Montrose at Pinks Reserve, Kilsyth. So, I'll start us off here. Mitcham Park Orchards, Grand Final rematch in 2024. I'm going the Sharks here. I think they have been the real number 1 team all year, and I think the Sharks get it done against Mitcham.
I look at Chris, he's looking at me,
right.
and we're both going on. I can see both teams winning. I can see
because we have seen both teams win. That's the thing.
I can see the big ground suiting Park Orchards because they play on Domney and it's a big ground. I can see the big ground suiting the big forwards of Mitcham to give them that space to go into. I'm going to go Mitcham. I just think there might be a little bit too much forward power for them to count on next week because their forwards are all different. but I hate going against Park.
Paris might be listening.
Paris will give me heaps, and that's fine. But I think it's Mitcham just.
Yep. Chris?
Yeah, I'm
putting you on the spot here.
I'm the same. It's the top part of Division 1 has been so hard to tip because everyone's been beating everyone. But look, I think it's 50-50. So Davo said Mitcham, I'll go Park Orchards.
Yep, so you'll be joining me for that one as well. That's going to be an absolute ripping game. Looking forward to seeing how that all prevails. The other elimination final, Montana South take on Montrose Pinks Reserve. It's a hard one. I think this is a 50-50 one as well. We've got two cracking finals on the same weekend next week as well. Montana South, Montrose. If you have a look at the tape sort of thing and how it's all gone, Montrose had a bad loss against Mitcham, but they beat Beaconsfield yesterday, of course. But they also beat North Ringwood the week before that, where Montana South, the only thing that's going in their favour, which is a big one here, is they've beaten Montrose twice this year. Montrose have not beaten Wally South all year. And can the Devils stand up in another big final? They've done it last year in a big final, in a big way. Can the Devils do it, or will the Demons do it?
For me, look, there's never a game that one person can dictate the game. But if the Big O plays, it gives Montrose the edge because while Doness is a sensational ruckman, if the Big O's there, he's got a slight advantage. If he's not there, Doness definitely takes the advantage in the ruck.
The only question mark I have for the Big O is he hasn't played probably since that Montana South game, which was round 14.
And you are talking about a bloke who's just come from a grand final in the AFL.
Yeah.
He can play a little bit of footy. He's experienced. He knows what he's doing. He just lifts the others around the ground. Because I think one thing that has been underrated has been Montrose defence. I think they've got a really nice defensive structure. Their forward line is good, but they really need to have...
That's my issue.
Is McLaughlin playing?
No.
All right, so he's not there. That just adds a little bit. But I think Montana's defence is their weakness as well. So this is where it's so hard.
Yeah. The midfield battle is going to be intense.
It's crucial, isn't it?
And then the forward line, it probably favours the Devils, in my opinion.
Yeah, so if Hewitt can get off the leash, he doesn't have to kick a lot of goals, but then he releases the others to be able to get...
Like your Jesse Warners and your Jamie Hunts and your Quinn Clarks.
Correct. Yep. So I'm tipping Montana South, but again, I think it's under a goal. These are two of the best finals matchups we'll see for a long time. Are you going to come with me?
If you're going to come with me, we'll watch the game together.
Yeah, I'll be there. Don't you worry about that.
Chris Cordis, where are you going as well?
Yeah.
It's so hard to pick these two sides. I'm struggling myself, and as you all know, where I am. But
you need to stay with them.
Yeah.
You need to stay with them.
Yeah, look, don't hate me, Blake. I'm going to go on Turner South.
No, you can say that. You can say that.
Look, the thing is, I think I agree with you both, though. It's so fascinating because the real powerhouses of these sides are the exact same areas of the field. You know, Denez and Wong and Collier Dawkins and McInerney as well if he gets up to play. So it'll be really fascinating. I think Montana South have enough to get over the line. I've been bullish on them, especially in the big games, so I'm confident in them. My only concern is we've seen them once or twice this season show up and just look a shell of themselves. And sometimes it's been against the big teams, sometimes it's been against not so much the banana peel games, but kind of that middle-ish table. But that's my only concern is you can't even give a quarter, like to Montrose, to Park Orchards, to Mitchell, to North Ring, to whoever is in these final series. You can't give a corner. You can barely afford to give 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's my only concern is we know they're capable of showing up and putting together 80, 120 minutes of fantastic footy, but will they do it? I think they still can, but I think even though they have a lull for 10 minutes, I think they're gone.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a crucial one. If the Big O doesn't play, though, I'll say advantage Montana South, but if he does play, it's going to be an absolute really good game of footy. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that one as well. Montana South taking on Montrose. Montana South they've beaten Montrose twice, so that's the only thing that can go in their favour here. So that's a big thing coming into a big final series as well. We're going to go into Premier Division now. We'll touch on as well a big result here for Blackburn. So Blackburn will be playing finals footy yet again as well, with a big 68-point win yesterday. 23-10, 148 defeated Berwick, 10-20, 80. So bad kicking for the Wickers in that one as well. Riley Stoddart got best on. Good to see him playing good footy, and Todd got best on ground for Berwick as well. So big win by the Banners.
Yeah, it was, and if you have a look, they got a lovely spread through their goal kickers. They all chimed in with a couple, which is a key to their game. And look, again, having not seen the tape, there's 33 shots to 30, and then the side's won by 10 goals. So what was the 20 points like? Was it one of those games where they had just nothing points, or did they have direct shots and miss? I don't know, but good win to Blackburn. Gets them going to finals feeling really good about themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's just a little bit disappointing from Berwick.
Yeah.
I thought they would have enough, not so much to win out in the last 3 weeks. You know, I did think that a few weeks ago, actually, but I think this was the game I was kind of looking at and saying, I think Berwick have enough to go away from home and win this, but unfortunately for them, they miss out. I think that, you know, they'll look back in the season and they'll think, well, this game here or this one here. So
I thought it was the Vermont game.
Yeah.
I thought that kind of said to me, I think maybe the week next year. Could be next year. It'll be great seeing what they do in the off-season as well.
Yeah, still encouraging.
Baldwin in the Tigers had a big win here, 2012, 132, defeated Naval Park, 2-4-16 here. Jack Tillich got best on ground for the Tigers. It looks like he kicked 7. Yep, so Jack Tillich kicked 7. Unfortunately, Naval Park will be relegated and they'll be playing First Division football next year, so we'll go through that result. Roval had a big win over Doncaster East here in a massive way. 21-14, 140, defeated Doncaster East. 11-5, 71. Lockie Wine had a day out. I heard someone say he kicked 8, but Play HQ's going down here as 5. So, or 4. So that's interesting as well. But good to see the Hawks win. Doncaster East now in a very vulnerable spot at the moment. Double chance is still got a few question marks because Donny East play East Ringwood and Vermont play Berwick at Vermont. So that's a loss they would want to move on away, because that's disappointing by Donny East. 69 points.
And Shaki was kept down to 2 or 3, I think, yesterday. So that was just one. I didn't expect that scoreline.
Kicked the 2. Lowest he's kicked all year, I believe.
Yeah, so, but, that's what they've been able to come out and play some good footy, Roeville. So, credit to them. Really, they've played well, and I think the finals open up. I know they've still got another week of games to go. I think the one that's really interesting is we're kind of like undersold Vermont a little bit, but they've really been sneaking through a little bit too, haven't they?
Big time.
They're now pushing for that double chance if things run their way next week. And the other one is interesting is Ringwood have shown a bit of a chink in the armour recently, haven't they? They've been a bit up and down the last 4 or 5 weeks. So it's all going to be interesting when it comes to 2 weeks to go.
South Belgrave, they'll be staying in Premier, 12-15 to 87, defeated South Croydon 12-13, 85. Hunter Morgan was best on for the Saints, while Jet Latchford continuing on with his really good form at the moment, best on for the Dogs, but a 2-point win for the Saints. So they'll be staying up in Premier Division next year, which is great for them, because we all unfortunately saw Mitcham last year not do so well in Premier, but the Saints will be staying in Premier next year.
Yeah, it is. It's great. They've got to do a huge amount of work over pre-season, though. A huge amount of work. You cannot have a situation where your coach is filling in the 2s in Premier Division because they haven't got the numbers because of injuries. So they need to recruit. They need to recruit heavily to be competitive. But it is great. But I think it shows it's an even bigger statement against South Croydon, who have been incredibly disappointing.
Well, I don't know the way to word it. They sort of have I don't know if the words is, they're in the middle of nowhere, really. They can't go down. They can't play finals. It was sort of like an unknown sort of game, but still disappointing, though, to lose to a South Belgrave team. So they've been really disappointing, considering the input that they had. Obviously, Anthony Scott coming to the side this year as well, picked up a few other players as well. They've been really, in my opinion, I had them playing finals start of the year, and they've just been really disappointing as well. So, speaking of Vermont, they had a massive win yesterday, Chris, as well. And 16-7, 103, defeated East Ringwood 11-8, 74. Best on for the Roos here. Felix Seymour got best on. And Sam Wiedemann, the big fella, he kicked 8 goals yesterday for the Eagles and was looking pretty strong. And if you have a look at his goal tally here, fellas, he's kicked 37 goals in 11 games this year, the big wee. So great seeing him playing good footy and as well, and that's a big win by Vermont, Chris.
Yeah, and kept them at an arm's length the whole game as well. When was the last time we saw that? So really, really encouraging statement win, and like you said, it really calls into question the double chance and how much of a claim to that Doncaster East have.
Davo?
Yeah, I thought it was a great performance from them, and I think it says to everyone else that are Vermont back to their bustling best? I don't know yet. I think they're still a year away from being what potentially could be a powerhouse, but they've been extremely good this year, the way they finished off the season.
Yep.
And I've been super impressed. East Ringwood have been a bit all over the place, really. They've gone, they had that fantastic win against Rowville, at Rowville.
Yep.
An undermanned Rowville, to be honest, but they still got the job done. They've come out today, and I think they might have had another average game. Was that against Blackburn?
Who was that, sorry?
East Ringwood. They've had a couple of average games recently, so they've got a little bit to work on. But
how's this, though? And if how I see it is as well, if you look at this East Ringwood side, and I know you've got to play the team on the park, but having a look at these few outs here, they had Connor Waitman miss out as well. He was rested, I do believe. And I think they had Billy Gleeson coming out of the team and Colby Nainer. So that's a few outs for the Roos here, and expect the same thing. They've locked up the minor premiership. I'm sure there's going to be a few more changes next week for the Roos to give them in that best spot possible heading into that semi-final as well. Do you take much out of that one, or?
Oh, I still think they do, because it's against a good side, and they've lost. But I agree. If they get them all back, they're a pretty strong unit.
Hard to look past them.
There's a reason why they're sitting on top, clear in Premier. It's because they've been able to rack up the wins. So we know what they can do, and it'll be good for them to be able to come out and finish the season off well. The other thing that's interesting, I've got a funny feeling, I don't think Noble Park have ever been relegated.
I don't think. Well, you've been here long. You're the.
I reckon they came in 2004.
I think it was.
Was it earlier?
I think it was 2002. They obviously won back-to-back flags. They won 03 and 04.
Oh, right, okay.
And then, of course, they won 2010, 2011 in First Division, and then obviously won 2022 a couple of years ago. So, and, of course, if you look at the Southern League as well, they've won a lot of premierships there in the Southern, in the top-tier Division 2. So, bit of surprise, but we all know that they're going to be in good stead. They've got Kyle Martin as their playing coach, and there's... Well, it was reported on the local leader. I can say it now because they put it out there. Potentially one of their favourite sons in Adam Trelaw could be playing. He's coaching a final today too as well against Boronia. So good luck to you, Adam, on how that goes as well. So they're going to be in good stead. I think they're going to go straight back up. It could be as well. So
there's a potential, but again, they've got to look at what it is that went wrong this year. And there's a range of things, and if they can put it together, they could win.
All right, well, there you have it. That is it for the Sunday edition of the Weekend Recovery on the YouTube channel today. Usually you hear it on the podcast as well, but I hope the listeners on YouTube are listening on for this edition on the Sunday show. It's been a pleasure talking with you two. Always enjoy hearing your expert analysis for this weekend's round of football. And Brett Davidson and Chris Cordes, thank you again. Ben. We'll be seeing you two in action for the senior games straight after this.
Thanks, Blake. Yeah, really enjoyed having a bit of a chat on a Sunday morning.
Yeah, not bad tune wag, eh? No, really good. And I'll be honest, I can't wait to get into the sun. So
no worries. So straight after this, it's Knox taking on Silvan in the elimination final. The winner will play Upper Ferntree Gully.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Wally 2 Reserve for the Eastland Match of the Round. Division 3 elimination final out here between the Knox Falcons and the Silvan Cats. The winner to play Upper Ferntree Gully in next weekend's Division 3 first semi-final out here at the magnificent home of the Ferntree Gully Football Netball Club. Wally 2 Reserve. We've got a great view. There's a pretty decent crowd in as well today for this do-or-die clash between the Falcons and the Cats, and we're looking forward to bringing the coverage throughout the day. I'm Josh Ward. Joined in the caller's chair by the Sunday specialist, the final specialist as well, Gav Casey. Great to have you back for a massive final series, Gav.
Grateful to be back and in your company as well, Josh. Looking forward to our calling together, and actually I'm looking forward to this game because I actually think in my head I went from one team to the other in terms of a tip, thinking about it, so I'm actually looking forward to this game.
Absolutely. Brett Davidson, a great pre-game with yourself, Blake Tennant and Chris Cordis as well. Plenty of discussion, no doubt, about all the games that took place around the grounds, but we're here now to discuss what is an intriguing contest, it must be said.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be a little bit different. I think you've got two different sides that play completely different styles of footy. You've got one team that we've had a little bit of faith, well, we've hoped they're going to turn up each week, and that's Knox, and we didn't know what we get with them. Silvan have just battled their way through, but, you know, when they get on, they're really hard to stop. So it's going to be a fascinating game of footy. Looking forward to it.
It sure is. And the man to the right of you, it's a privilege to have this man. He's someone who's won plenty of premierships as well with both Doncaster and at the Surrey Park Football Club. And he's played a key role in the Panthers' rise over the last couple of years as well. It's none other than the football operations coordinator, I believe, at the Surrey Park Football Netball Club, Michael Paolini. Welcome to the EFNL Media Team, Pales.
Thank you, Josh. I'm looking forward to it. Sunny day out here at Wally 2, and should be a good contest.
Should be a really good contest indeed. And it must be nice for you, Davo, to be sitting comfortably alongside a former pupil of yours.
Oh, definitely. I'm sitting between two Surrey Park people. One of them a great player, the other one the chief supporter, and I'm the failed coach in the middle. So I mean, it's quite interesting here. But no, it's good. It is fantastic, and it's good to have Mick alongside me as well, because obviously we worked together a bit at Surrey Park over the year, and I was lucky enough to coach him, but also coach against him when he played at Doncaster, and great footballer and a great football brain. I think that's one of the reasons why he's doing so well in his role at the club at the moment, is his ability to be able to see the game. And I can see him being a coach in the future if his wife allows it.
Absolutely. We've got James Gagnon and Chris Cordes down on the boundary as well. James, I'm going to throw to you. What are conditions like down there? I believe the toss was just done as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Cracking day at Wally 2 Reserve here. Knox will be kicking to the left side of our screen today. Chris has had a bit of trouble with his radio. He's going up to grab some new batteries, I believe. I don't know what's happened there, but we move on regardless.
Absolutely. And your tip for this contest as well, as both sides get their final addresses from their respective captains?
I believe, though, it's going to start tight. Both teams, very good, very tight. 1-1 over the season, and I reckon Knox just get the job done in the end. I reckon Silvan run out of legs eventually. I reckon the Falcons by 16 points.
Absolutely. Pales, I'll go to you next. Do you have the Falcons or the Cats in this contest?
Yeah, I'm with James. I think Knox will get over the top in a close affair.
Absolutely. Davo?
I think Knox get over the top. We need guys like Young Wynn, Trent Wynn. We need Jake Stiles. We need those guys to kick a number of goals to get Silvan over the line.
Gav, who's your tip for this one?
Yeah, I actually think this will be high scoring and potentially 100 points each, and it might go down to the wire. I actually think there's goals in this game. I'll go Knox, but I wouldn't be surprised if Silvan can lock it down when they need to. And forward pressure is actually one of their good things when they go forward. If they can just get it in their territory in the first half and keep control of the game, they might be well in it.
Absolutely. I've backed the Falcons in as well, and it's going to be Jack Weir going up against the experienced James Charge in this first ruck contest. And he's certainly a bean Polish, Jack Weir, of course, coming across from Roval this season, and has had a good season in the red and black. But Gav Casey is set to get us underway for this Eastland match of the round.
Elimination final day for Division 3, and Knox get the first clearance, or well, not quite, dragged off the ball, so it's a turnover the way of the Cats. Now going out wide, leading options, 1v1, it bounces its way for Raiden. He gets a hand pass off to his teammate Smith, long ball in by Skews. Contest forward in the left pocket, it's under hands and feet. Finally, Knox get it back off Silvan, and they look to load up from the back pocket, but it's all blue wall going, and stop start now. So the chop off kick, hand pass the runner, long ball in, huge ball into the pocket, running with the flight, just eludes Win, and from centre circle to the forward pocket, it just was too far for Win, and it's out of bounds near the point post.
Right forward pocket for the Cats, who are at the early territory, kicking to the right of the broadcast or to the Glenfern Road end of Wally 2 Reserve as Weir try to find his teammate there in Jack Neal's. Had a pretty decent season, roaring his way through there.
So Knox have got to be careful. They can't allow Steiniger of Silvan all that space to run, because he's a beautiful long kick, as we saw a couple of minutes ago.
Weir won it down, looking there for Neal, who slipped at the wrong moment, and there might be a high free kick here for the Cats. There is.
Who's gone into the stoppage for him to be by himself as a, roaming half-backer? Who's gone into the contest area for Knox?
Haven't worked that out yet, unless it's... I'm presuming the charge is falling back onto Hanlon, or as 18's got Hanlon, that's Bissell's. Bissell's got Hanlon. So I'm not sure who's gone inside, but they've got to make sure that they look after him.
It's Zane Radin who will take this set shot. We've got the perfect view of it for the first goal of this Division 3 elimination final. And the Cats get the early start at the 2-minute mark. 1 straight 6 to the Falcons, yet to score and yet to get an inside 50 entry as well.
And that's the thing that you were talking about, Gav, is the fact that Silvan's forward pressure is really good, and that's where Trent Wynn and these guys are really important. The fact that they kept it in there, put that pressure on, got that secondary kick in there, got on the scoreboard early. They needed to do that. They get a bit of confidence, they really can move.
So it'll be interesting ruck contest here. Charge versus Weir. Knockdown, no clear possession 1. Knox, though, do have some numbers around the contest. Morris in there to help. Gets the kick inside 50. Who's going to load up? Hanlon was underneath it. Roving ball. Just dropped when he had it. Smith under a heap of pressure. Picked up by a teammate. His kick smothered. They're just trying to knock it forward now. Flying shot by Taylor. Misses to the right. And it was all just momentum in the end, but it was a missed kick to the right.
Tyson Bissell's is going to try and be a +1 all day, I reckon, across the centre half back there.
We might go down to the boundary.
But no, fine.
Oh, sorry, it's cutting a little bit in and out there, Chris. As picking up the intercept is Murphy. Handball back to Hiscock, goes inside forward 50. In fact, that was Iliadis who found Aaron Taylor. We might try you or James again. Who was that number 59 for the Falcons, Chris?
You got me now, boys?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. Sorry, Cooper Warren for Knox. Thank you.
Thank you there to Chris Cordis. A late jumper change, which is, usually the norm this time of year, but Taylor, an opportunity here to get the Falcons first on the board and give them the lead. Drifts to the left, goes through for a minor score. Went the premature celebration there, but it's still 2 behind the Falcons. Silvan, 1 straight 6 at the 4-minute mark of this opening term.
I'm looking forward to seeing this Iliadis. I haven't seen him before, and I've heard lots of good things about him.
I'm pretty sure he played Dandenong Stingrays, Iliadis, so...
Kick out was well measured by Smith, and he finds Bissell's, who looks to go, but he had a man in his way, but the play goes on, and short pass to Skews. Very deliberate approach here for Silvan. The man on the mark does the smother, so Love can't get the rebound though, and it gets back to Smith, who loads up from half-back, just puts a hopeful ball. Now Lowe might bounce up to it, but he's beaten to it by his opponent in Weir. The loping ruckman gets taken down in a tackle, but Knox have got some ground level play there. Kick wasn't precise. Silvan battling. It's the numbers though with Blackburn. Sorry, why did I even mention that? Sorry, Knox. Love. The colour of red just got in my head for a moment, because I was sure what Knox was going to wear today, whether they'd wear the red or not, but they got it in hand with Iliadis, hands it off, and a long ball. It's a spiral. We love it. And now the mark dropped at the last moment by Smith. Ground level ball. Silvan have got it. On the bounce to Smith, who's got time to survey all options. Goes down the line, a bit too fierce for his teammates. Weir is more energy than Charge, but Charge goes the tackle, and it's still a disputed ball on the wing, and it'll be all wrapped up. Close to our new pavilion area here that we enjoy being on top of. Great viewing spot for us, Josh.
It is absolutely one of the better spots to call from. Of course, back hosting finals is Wally 2 Reserve as Weir won that down. Looking for Neil there. It's Smith who tried to chuck it on the boot. Kick was smothered and deflected back to him and was locked up immediately.
Great pressure from both sides at the moment. An attack on the footy is first rate.
As you'd expect in an elimination final and in a final in general, as Murphy slaps it forward. Might have tapped it out of bounds as well, and it'll be a ball in. Right near our boundary riders and bang on centre wing broadcast side out here at Wally 2 Reserve. The sun-bathed Wally 2 Reserve as well. It is a pretty good day to watch and play footy as well, as Smith won it down, or in fact that was Charge. Tapped it down Skews, who was under immediate duress there. That was Noah Iliadis. And we'll have a ball up as Charge outbodies Weir. will eventually be run onto by his teammate, but he turned it over immediately. Murphy put the don't argue on one. Handballed it to Love. Love to Iliades. Bursts away. Goes inside forward 50 in the Greaves direction. And Bissell's that loose, as you mentioned, Bales. Took the easy intercept grab in the end and looks to play on immediately. Spun around the world. Heads to the far side of Wally Chew Reserve, where he found a teammate. He'll just look to take some time off the clock, search for options long down the line, heads to centre wing, where there might have been a push. Nothing doing, said the umpire. Ball in dispute. Umpire says, give this to me and I'll toss it up.
So Knox at the moment are pushing Love down across the centre to try and block Silvan coming through the middle at any stage.
Charge, again, front position, wins the tap down, but Knox working it. Love's kick smothered. Can Silvan produce out of the tight clinches? Yet to get it going. O'Neill's in there and about. Now the hand pass. Frees Barlow. Barlow through the middle of Chew. Goes all the way down to the forward line on the lead. Greaves takes a nice arms in front of the eyes marks. And it's going to be Greaves having the shot at goal. There's been 2 misses from Taylor for Knox. Can Greaves from the left side this time be accurate?
Really smart kick there from Barlow. Really put it to grass and let Big Harrison run onto it and take an easy uncontested mark.
Right footer, left pocket, puts it out right. It's never coming back. It doesn't even have the distance. Is it still in play? The hand pass conceded. That would be contemptuous in a higher league, but it's a minor score.
That's the first time that Harrison's been called young for a long, long time, that one.
Smith goes out to this broadcast side. It's spoiled out of the bounds and over the fence Matthew O'Halloran goes.
Compared to me, Davo.
Well, what about me then?
We'll have this ball tossed back into play. Left half forward flank for the Falcons. Kicking to the left of your radio dial to the Burwood Highway end of the ground is charged. Good body work on his opponent there in Weir. Barlow applies the good tackle, but it's Silvan who still advances forward here. Plenty of numbers around this footy as the kick goes inside forward 50. It should be cut off here relatively easy by the Falcons. Tom Weir, the skipper, or co-captain, heads out to his teammate who put Love in a bit of trouble. Still made up for it and has a player inboard in Iliades, has a panic, but the kick was overcooked for him and it's cut off here by Calvi. Iliades put on a good tackle and gets rewarded. He has a handball receive option, ignores him. That was Morris. Heads to the right half forward flank where O'Brien will try to run onto it. Runs out of real estate and we'll have a boundary throw in. Right half forward flank for the Falcons. 9 minutes gone. It's the Falcons 3 behind. It's the Silvan 1 straight 6. In fact, it might be a Silvan free kick here.
Might have just touched the boot as it went over out of bounds, I think.
Silvan might have been doing their own umpiring on that one.
Yep.
They've called it. And it's gone their way. So another short pass, just keeping it in hand. Asiak. Short down the line. Was just in front of the eyes. No mark taken, but Silvan at ground level are first on it. Not going to get out of that tackle is the Silvan player. So all wrapped up is win.
So both teams are missing some easy targets at the moment under the pressure, but that's what happens early in finals.
Yeah, it's very hard to spot up with nerves and all the pressure on. Got to be precise. Now, trying to burst through is Young. Hands it over to his teammate in Tetley. He has a bit of time to get it to a teammate. The flying kick in was intercepted, but Bissell's has to fight too. And the umpire might call him for holding the ball. Was a hand pass, he says. So it's going to be play on. Trying to push it in front of himself and get it going with Steiniger. But it gets to Hanlon, who had time to pick it up off the deck. But his kick was awful and it went out of bounds to the right.
Pretty unlucky not to get the paid mark there.
Yeah. I thought he's working hard down there, Bissell's.
Is that why he got more time to try to do something with it?
Yeah,
potentially.
I think so. I quite like the fact the umpires are letting it go a little bit at the moment, which is nice.
Smith heads out of defensive 50 in the charge direction, forced the contest. Iliades there on the ground. He's certainly been lively and a presence in midfield early on as the candy shop was open there for his team and he kicked it out of bounds. It was deflected for a boundary throw-in.
Is there a magnet in the ball? Can they kick it towards the big sticks?
Well, I'd like them to kick it over this side a little bit more because my eyesight's playing up and that includes me having the big screen in front of me.
I love this ball tossed back into play. Hanlon now in ruck against charge. Tapped it down to Barlow who snapped. Intercepted on the last line of defence there by Michael Smith. Of course, a bit of a journeyman in the AFNL.
Yep.
Has as many clubs as you, Davo.
Impossible.
As he heads to this broadcast side. Matty Batura in the right back pocket. Looks to handball it on to Michael Smith. Will attempt to rebound from defensive 50. Kick was shanked. It'll eventually remain in play. No, it was just over the boundary line before Ben Rudd could keep it in.
I actually think he meant that kick.
An educated one it was.
I think he looked and saw that there was no options down there, so he decided to kick it.
Touch finder.
Touch finder, correct.
Centre wing for a broadcast side, so we finally get some play in front of us. This charge won it down. Barlow's at the front of the stoppage. Dashed away, heads to the left half forward flank in the Hanlon direction. Bissell's did well. Got it to Bratira, who's run down by Barlow.
Started well, Barlow.
He has. He's been lively. Looks to play on immediately because he's got Greaves in a one-on-one. And he juggles the grab. Absolutely brilliant from the superstar forward of this Knox side. And great play as well from Braden Barlow. And young Harry Greaves can go back.
He has, and look, and that's been a couple of really good plays from young Barlow. You know, took it, saw the option. The one-on-one is something that he really likes, Greaves, and he's always been very strong in the air.
Two X-Factor players combining. Can Greaves convert? He sure can. And the Falcons are rewarded with their first goal. They're 1-3-9. Silvan 1 straight 6 at the 13-minute mark of this opening term.
So this is where they need to... Silvan have got to find those forward options, because each time they've gone forward with the fast play, they've been outnumbered in the forward line. So they've got to be able to... They've got to hit Styles up. They've got to be able to find Low up there. I'm surprised... Blees is up there now. I'd be throwing him in the ruck now, get him in the ruck, get Charge up there and make it a little bit more difficult for the Knox defence.
Sometimes you see Blees go to the wing just to be that second big guy around the ground. Silvan do win the ruck contest as expected through Charge, but at ground level, Asiak was going nowhere, so it's another ball up middle of Wally Chu. Charge uncontested really, so he gets to Rove his own ball and he'll hand it back to the umpire as he's wrapped up in a tackle. I would like to see the Rucks try to get over him because he's just standing in their way, but Silvan can't capitalise because the ball's not going out of a small circle. Weir tries to take it off hands of Charge. Now it's underhands on the ground of the centre, trying to burst his way through his skews. He hands it back. Now they're going to kick forward, do Silvan. Inside 50 they go. Contest for the ball. Disputed. The defence of Knox is good, and they get it to the outer wing. Pushing off, and now maybe going forward is Taylor. Hands it off to a running teammate. Well, Weir won't run, so he'll hand it off. Now, Taylor, who does he find? Short pass. Yeah, very good. Dumps it out right. Now, what can Knox do? And it's in the pocket. We're uncontested mark for O'Brien. Everyone moved forward knowing that Taylor was going to get it going, and O'Brien was on the end of the chain, but he's in the pocket.
I'll tell you what, I think Tom Weir down back has had some crucial possessions in this first quarter to be able to dictate the ball coming out of the defensive area.
This is as acute as it can be. Right pocket. What can O'Brien do? Puts it across ground. No mark for Greaves. Ground level. And happy to concede it as Silvan.
So they won 4-10 Knox, Silvan 1 straight 6. You'd feel they want another goal, Pales, if they are to enter this into the second quarter with a little bit of confidence.
Yeah, they're just struggling forward of centre just to keep possession of the footy and find a target. I think they just need to slow the game down a little bit and just keep possession for a couple of minutes here.
There's a good mark was taken there by Matt Steiniger. There in front of kick out taken once again by Michael Smith. Steiniger on that thumping right boot of his sends it to a pack on this broadcast side where it was spoiled to ground there by Ben Rudd. Is it going to be a holding the ball free kick? Nothing doing, said the umpire. Good tackle laid there by Logan Hiscock. And it'll be Weir against Blees in this ruck contest. That's going to be a fascinating duel. Blees got front position, won it down. It's eventually ran onto by Matthew Baker, who got a handball away. Tapped forward by Uskiak, who has space now, goes inside 50 to Lowe, who takes a low diving grab. And from almost directly in front, but around about 40 metres out, the Cats leading goal kicker can go back and potentially give Silvan back the lead.
I think I picked up that I think Joseph Murphy has gone to Delfonso as a tag because Delfonso's hardly been involved in the game at all, and he's a key for Silvan.
Means guys like Uskiak, Kolskews as well really need to step up. Uskiak did in that play, and he gives Matthew Lowe an opportunity to add a 53rd goal in season 2026. Slow, deliberate approach, misses to the right. Silvan have their first blemish. They're 117, Knox 1-4-10 at the 16.5-minute mark of this first term.
Better build up by Silvan there. Just held on to the footy a bit longer. Found a target. Went back inside.
So Knox out of side, long ball. That is a good 50-plus metre kick, and they're off and running are the Falcons. Long ball, trying to get to Taylor, has to go the fly. Likes to be more closer to the deck, so Smith mops up very well for Silvan, and composure finds a teammate. They'll go through the middle. It's dangerous versus reward. It's going to be rewarded with Skews running into the open. The ball on the deck before it gets to Raiden. Raiden has to take on a tackler, but that tackler and Weir is not letting him go.
He's been crucial to start this game as Tom Weir with his defensive pressure and his kicking out of defence.
I like the move, though, to change angles to go through the middle then from Silvan. That was good.
So ball up on the arc. They'll try to get it going. Flying kick by Styles, and it's low. He drops it just as he had it to the chest. And thankfully mopping up is Rudd for the Falcons, and he finds a teammate in Murphy.
Has it on this broadcast side, still in his defensive 50. Will head up the line in the Hanlon direction, up against two. Steiniger flew, couldn't complete the grab. Out the back was Matera, who bustled his way through. Got the handball away to Baker, who has D'Alfonso as an open option. At the right half forward flank, about 50 metres out from goal. Handballs it to Steiniger, who's got a thumping boot. Sends it towards goal, misses to the left and goes through for a minor score.
I think that ball went about 4 different ways.
Yes.
Twice I thought it was going through the goal, and then it's changed at the end. So, but he's dangerous when he gets on that outside with the run, isn't he?
Look for him every time.
He is. 1-2-8 Silvan, Knox 1-4-10, 18 minutes gone in this opening term.
I think they call that a scuffed missile.
There's another one.
The ball goes out. Can the Falcons claim it? It is a claim mark, but off a few hands. Smith, you've got to play on. He does. Hanlon drops it as it was a contested effort, but at ground level, the Falcons try to go forward. Taylor again pushes off his opponent smartly. Oh, sorry, that's Barlow. Barlow, now Greaves, one-on-one, body position, takes a chest mark, not given, because he spilled it at the last second, off the ground, flying shot. It's been claimed a goal by Goin, and he runs off celebrating, and the goal umpire signal, you're right, it's a goal to Knox. Greaves dropped it just the last second, Goin there to mop up, score the goal.
Tell you what, how good were the hands from Hanlon then?
Very good.
You know, he's a big boy. He's got to get down the ground, and beautiful hands off. And lovely work from Barlow again. He's just got the idea that he knows where his forwards are going to be. He's just going to put it in that area and create some doubt in that defensive side of Silvan.
We'll go down to the boundary.
Thank you, Josh. Both ruck ones off the ground at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see who gets the stoppage out of this.
It's an opportunity for Blease in this centre stoppage, but Hanlon could have his number around the ground. It is Blease who won the tap down. Running onto it there is a number 12 for Silvan, so we have another jumper change as the Cats go inside forward 50. Picked up here by the Falcons who get the handball out to Dyson Morris. On his left boot, heads towards the broadcut or far side wing. Mark was easily taken by his teammate who has an option short here. And Charlie Young, the former Wanty South player, handballs it back. Put his teammate in Morris under a bit of pressure. Still got the kick away. And in open space is Noah Iliades. And he's certainly an exciting prospect, is the former Dandenong Stingray and the former Narry Warren man. Plays on immediately because he's got Goin as a short option, drops the mark, gets the handball away, searching for Taylor. It's intercepted by Steiniger, who can't escape the Taylor and Smith tackle.
Bissell's been caught out of position a couple of times here. The last goal they got, he was stuck on the wing, and that one there, he got caught behind as well. So.
As Greaves won that tap down, going up in ruck there. The handball away was going to be turned over to the Falcons, who have an opportunity here. The kick was smothered there off Neil's boot. Deflects to Young. Underground handball was a good one to Barlow. Check side, it won't drift back enough. It'll fall short. Greaves is there, as is Taylor. Wheels around, snaps, misses to the right.
Yeah, that's they're doing it. They're getting some good hands, Knox. Silvan just look a little bit loose at the moment to me. They're not able to lock down when Knox have got the ball. They've just got to go back and lock down a little bit, especially in this next couple of minutes.
Well, the midfielders aren't tracking back, so there's
just on transition.
Yeah, so it's interesting. Taylor's third miss for the day. Charge marks it. He chests his opponent. He says, I'm here. And he hands it off to a runner because he's had enough. And it's D'Alfonso gets it short. Nice lead up there under a bit of pressure in the end with Styles. He'll roam onto his left. Spears it in. Low. Leading up. What hands is that? Even when he had the mark, he didn't get knocked off it.
Fair kick too.
Short pass again. Oh, that's a drop mark. The hand in the way just probably put his eyesight off it. So no mark for Silvan. And he's angry with himself, Raiden.
We'll go down to the boundary. James Gagnon.
Just to confirm the lineup, Fabio D'Alfonso is not playing, and number 12, Silvan, Daniel Brown.
Don't you just love late changes come finals time?
We do.
Charge again wins the tap. The numbers with hit outs would be all his way, I reckon. At ground level, Ladd will hand it back. It's just not clearing the congested part of the contest, though. So it's been a nullified effect. Charge again. Weir's there to have a second effort, and he did well. Eventually gets to his teammate, and Fraser Smith goes inboard. Iliadis has got now a player, and it's wide open for Knox on the wide wing. Short pass will find the teammate. Mark taken by O'Brien backing back, but the pass was pinpoint, and he'll have another set shot.
She's Iliadis' ability to find space and pick up the right kick is something to note for Silvan, definitely.
So Silvan are trying to play a little bit of a high line there, and it's not working. They're just getting the, going over the high line, and then just got tons of space. The amount of kicks over the top of the back defensive area has been way too many for my liking if I was Silvan.
Yeah, definitely not tracking back and getting caught out of position a lot, and Knox moving the ball far too easily through the corridor.
9-point lead for the Falcons. 23 minutes gone, first term. O'Brien from 40 metres out, 40-degree angle. He's put it on the right post. It's bending back nicely. The goal umpire signals another one. So it's O'Brien got his first on the board. Knox move out to 3-5-23, leading by 15 over Silvan. 1-2-8 deep into time on.
And that's the danger for Silvan. The Falcons do have a wide array of goal kickers. Obviously, Greaves is the main man in attack, but there's others who can impact the scoreboard, like a Barlow, like an O'Brien, and kick you 1 or 2 goals as well.
And it's where they are. I mean, you know where Greaves is going to be, so it's the others that have just got to lock on and say, well, I can't allow any other options out there, but they're just allowing them to have too many options.
Go back up in the middle. Weir won it down. Was searching there for Jordan Love, who tries to burrow his way out, couldn't. Charge lays a bare tackle on him, so we'll have a secondary stoppage in the middle of the fantastic Wally 2 reserve as Charge won it down this time. Got the handball away to Ladd, who handballs it back, and the kick inside 50 from O'Halloran will be picked up here by Lowe, who was run down by 2. Nothing doing, says the umpire. We'll have a ball up. Inside forward 50 for the Cats, about 35 metres out from their goals as Blease went up, won it down. His teammate, the Knox player, ran into his own teammate and got pinged for holding the ball. And I reckon it's going to Ryan Ladd or Andrew Cardamone. It's one of 2 inclusions, I should say, for the Cats today. Only his 81st senior game, and this on about a 50 to 60 degree angle just outside the arc. We'll look to go back and get a much needed response for the Cats after they kicked the first goal. They've now conceded the last 3 and most of the territory as well in this opening term of the Division 3 elimination final as Cardamone comes in. Good connection, good finish. And it's back down now to 9 points, 2-2-14 Silvan to Knox, 3-5-23 at the 25-minute mark of this opening term.
That was a beautiful kick. That was a beautiful kick, close to 50 out, and never looked like missing. So considering you talk about how much forward pressure, forward space, forward time that Knox have had, Silvan are still in this. Like, they've not had the ball in their forward line too often, and they're still only 9 points down.
Made the most of their opportunities going forward, that's for sure.
Blacks go at it. Weir decides to go the jump. Charge stood up to it, but at ground level again, it's another contest. Smother comes in, well played by the Silvan player in O'Halloran. Usually a defender of great note, and Love wasn't loving the intention, but he'll have to give the ball up to the umpire. Outer wing here at Wally Chu. Charge again, wins the tap as he fends off his opponent. Dancing through his lad. Eventually hand pass forward. He got himself in a spin. So it's Love. Hands it off to a teammate. And can Knox go for the middle of the ground? Dangerous ball's been chopped off. Mark taken by Brown. Brown looks at all options. He'll go and find, on the stretch, Raiden. He's missed another chance to take a mark in the forward line. And he's going to be shattered with that because the siren has just sounded, and no shot at goal there for Silvan. They trail by 9 points. At quarter time, Silvan 2-2-14 and Knox a 3-5-23.
We're going to go to our first break here for the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll hear from one of the coaches and bring you the second quarter of action out here at Wally 2 Reserve in the Division 3 Elimination Final. Knox taking on Silvan.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Wally 2 Reserve for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round Division 3 Elimination Final between the Knox Falcons and the Silvan Cats, and it is Knox 3-5-23 leading Silvan 2-2-14 going through the goal kickers. Ben O'Brien, Harrison Graves and Sam Goyne impacting the scoreboard for the Falcons, while Zane Radin and Andrew Cardamone bookended that quarter with the 2 goals for the Cats. Brett Davidson and Michael Paolini, I'm going to you. What do you make of that first quarter? As you mentioned late in that quarter, Davo, Knox had most of the territory, but just weren't able to capitalise, and the scoreboard reflects that.
Yeah, I suppose they had some opportunities, but they were taking a lot of shots from wide out on angles.
Yeah.
I suppose the young boy, Zane Radin, I reckon if he had his time again, he's had 3 that were just about there. But he's been lively and he's there and he's providing an option, and if he keeps his head up, he's going to get another opportunity. He's kicked one already. He could be dangerous. I just think at the moment that I could see Knox just going bang. I can't see Silvan doing that, but Silvan have just got to keep hanging in there. If they can hang in there and really question Knox with all their domination, Knox have had that part of this year where they've just not been able to get mentally on top when they should, and that's what you need to question with them. So it's going to be interesting. Important quarter.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I think if Silvan, the midfield battle's pretty even at the moment, and if Silvan can stop that quick transition through the middle of the ground of Knox, well then they're right back in the game. And as you said, Raiden's had a couple of missed opportunities, and all of a sudden he's having 2 shots on goal, and the scores are probably a little bit different. But yeah, hopefully good second quarter.
Fingers crossed indeed. We might hopefully cross down to the boundary shortly. Does look like we might be going to the Silvan huddle, and it'll be interesting to see the message that, of course, Michael Folkes will be delivering to his troops as well. We'll cross down to them in a couple of moments as I see James Gagnon circling around Michael Folkes. James, we're going to throw to you now with the Silvan coach.
So, Michael, I just wanted to chat to you about the ruck rotation between Jimmy Buckle and Cam Blease. What are you planning to do with them throughout this next quarter?
Yeah, so obviously Chargy is big boy, but they get all their run across half back, so I'm worried about the old boy going down back. But we might try him up forward at the end of this quarter. But yeah, Bleasy and Chargy's constant rotating. Obviously, the great weather out here today, so we're trying to keep Chargy fresh. You might see him forward this quarter.
Yeah, fair enough. How do you think you're going to be able to work your way into this, work your way back in front into this next quarter?
I think it's just pressure, mate, to be honest. We need to lift our tackle pressure up and use the footy, so tempo footy. Really use that. But yeah, main thing's pressure, mate. We need to lift our pressure.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thanks, mate. Good luck.
Thanks there to James Gagnon and Michael Folkes. Chris Cordes, you're at the Knox huddle. We might cross down to you shortly, but in fact, we might throw it down to you now, Chris. What was the message from Steve Buckle at quarter time?
Yeah, thank you, Josh. It was an interesting one. They got him in early, but number one message was don't kick it near Michael Smith when going inside forward 50. They really want to shore up on their forward 50 entry, and they're also very aware that they haven't made their chances count so far, so keep an eye on.
Thanks there to Chris on the boundary with the Knox huddle, and we're going to get this second quarter of action underway. Gav Casey.
Charge versus Weir. Charge sort of pushes him out the way to take it out of the ruck. Goes 5 metres forward, but Knox get a bundled clearing kick. Trying to push off, run down almost happening, but Knox do go forward. Bouncing ball will loot a lot. Going with the run of the ball was Bissell's, but he's not first there, and off the ground tries to go Angus Taylor. Bissell's there to clean up, try to push off, but the boundary line might have been his saviour there as he was wrapped up in the back pocket. They're just not getting full effect of Charge's dominance, Silvan. They can't break free out of any clearances, I reckon, so far today. But a Charge in the front position, ground level. Bissell's might have to take on a few, and he's happy to be wrapped up because he's got no one to hand it to if he did get an arm free.
I think what you're seeing is that the Knox mids are just making sure that they create a secondary all the time so they can get an extra player in to the contest so Charge doesn't have the influence that we think he could have.
Yeah, Charge is just hitting to that sort of inner circle of the centre there, so the Knox boys are set up really well.
So they try to get some overlap going from the back pocket, but Silvan are stuck defending. They do win the hit out and the first hands on, but it's nothing from there because being wrapped up is O'Halloran. So it's going to be another ball up. This time it's centre of the forward 50 for Knox. Ground level. Who's going to win the tap off Charge? Hand pass forward was Neil. It didn't create anything for Knox, so the clearing kick goes towards Skews. He's got a one-on-one. He's been pushed off it by Iliadis, been probably one of the, if not the best player on the ground, but he didn't hit up the target that time. Close to the line and out of bounds in the forward pocket.
And that's the one question mark we got on him at the moment. He's had a couple of opportunities to hit up the short forward. He just missed them, but that was good play. I mean, the way he just easily pushed off then.
Certainly been an exciting prospect as Noah Iliadis. Of course, started the season at Bayswater as Love tries to bustle his way through. We'll have a ball up inside forward 50 for the Falcons. Again, having the territory early on, kicking to the right of the broadcast in this second term. As the ball is in dispute, it's cleared out by Riley Smith, who dribbles it eventually out of bounds. Is escorted is Cole Skews by Noah Iliadis.
You can see that stoppage again, how congested it was. Yeah. I think Silvan just need to get a bit more spread on the outside of the stoppage because Charge is getting his hands first on it and they just need to make most of that.
So we have this ball tossed back into play. Weir won it down, but it's a Cats clearance as D'Alfonso eventually runs onto it. Handballs it back to O'Halloran. Back to D'Alfonso, who's in the middle of volley 2 reserve. Dances out of trouble. Got a quick handball away, which was a good one to Askiak. Chipped it over the top where Weir was. Applied the spoil, but Smith gathers himself. Gets it back to Garrison Askiak, who's going to be run down and pinged for holding the ball. The Falcons take the advantage. Morris on his left. Heads inside forward 50 where Greaves is. Took a strong grab, did Harrison Greaves, and can go back and kick his second of this contest and re-extend Knox's lead back out to 15 points.
Well, that's a classic example. They had 7 possessions there and didn't go anywhere. They just kept going around in circles. Turnover quickly down to the forward line. It's what's hurting them at the moment, Silvan.
And when Harry Greaves is in a one-on-one, he often looms large. Plenty of goals in his career, looking to add another here. It fades to the right and goes through for a minor score. So the Falcons now 3-6-24 to Silvan 2-2-14, and we've played just under 4 minutes in this second term.
It's in the hands of Steiniger, who will run out of the back pocket and go long to the outer wing. It's a driving kick. And I don't know if he was on the lead, but Blease finished on it and took an easy chest mark. What a kick. Just made the player come to the ball. As Blease now has to kick over the man on the mark, close to the boundary. He keeps it. 2-on-2 marking contest, ground level. Who's going to win it? It's all Falcons at ground level, and one of them's Morris. Hands it over to Weir, who takes on the tackler. That's a throw in the end. The tackle was that good. He's called to play on when he really only just knew about the free kick a second before he's told to play on. So it's an interesting play on situation, but Silvan have got the ball in their hands and they'll look to get it going. From the back of the circle to the outer side. Now bouncing off his opponents is McCrimmon. He goes inboard. No open mark, but it's been a hold-off play, and the Knox player was very crude in his attempts to spoil, and it's going to be a holding decision and a free kick to Lowe.
I was just going to say, Davo, that they need to get the ball into Steiniger's hands. He looked for the handball received, then he's such a beautiful kick of the footy. I think they just need to break that next line and get some deeper entries inside footy, inside 50, sorry.
Yeah, because when they went with that one, they went outside. They could have gone straight down the middle, but this is look, kicks his goal. They're only 4 points behind.
Yeah.
So Lowe, pretty reliable goal kicker from 40 metres out, almost shins it a little bit, but it goes straight and it's through the middle. Lowe gets another one for Silvan. With all the talk about what they need to do, they've kicked the same amount of goals as Knox. Knox still lead 3-6-24, leading Silvan 3-2-20 early second term.
As I said to Michael when he was playing, I said helicopters still count, mate. So it was a beautiful goal, and again they're 20 points and. Knox don't want to get to a situation where they rue the missed chances that they've had, because they have had a couple that they should have been able to take advantage of.
Oh, what are you talking about? Paolini, helicopter punts?
Never.
Never.
He went onto his left a few times to do them. So
as Weir in charge, go up in ruck. Charge wins it down. D'Alfonso tried to run onto it, couldn't. It's his opponent in Murphy who got it away to Love. There is D'Alfonso. Will pick up this ground ball after some good pressure from Skews to the right half forward flank. He heads in the direction of Styles. Happy to see it over though. He's Jack O'Neill at the right half forward flank for the Cats. Out here at Wally 2 reserve.
And Michael Folks spoke about their pressure, and their pressure's been good for the first 5 minutes here.
Yep.
They did have to lift it as they're now 4 points down. Love escapes the stoppage, got it to Murphy. Murphy has Weir as an outlet, dribbled it out of bounds, and he'll be glad it's just a boundary throw-in, because that was a mongrel punt there from the former Oval player. Another ball up, boundary throw-in will take place. Bang on centre wing, far side of Wally 2 reserve. Thank you for tuning in to today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round, live on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM and streaming across the globe on YouTube and Facebook, as we won it down from behind. Trying to escape the tackle there was Balthasar. Couldn't, and we'll have another ball up.
Definitely back in the game, Silvan. They've just muscling themselves around the contest. If they can work a way to be electric from breaking out of these contests, they might just put something on the scoreboard.
That's been Trent Wynn's had 3 or 4 really good contests for those last couple of plays there, winning the ball and to create a stoppage.
Charge is going to let it hatch. The umpire is not going to penalise him because I think he realises no one really deserved a free kick out of that. So it's going to be ball up. Charge having a laugh with Weir about it. So Weir, well, he's not even jumping Weir. I think he just wants to nullify and just have that effect where Charge can't knock it. Do you think Charge would want to knock it 10, 20 metres soon just to change it up?
Well, they've got to get the players on the move to be able to do it. They're not moving much, the Silvan players at the moment.
Working off the Charge tap. What can Knox do? It's in the hands of Love. He's been spinned to the tackle. He was like Superman when he hand passed it. Now the flying kick goes to Grove. Grove couldn't take it, so it's going to be a ground level ball where Knox are going to load up through Young. Young, he doesn't go for the shot at goal, and he pinpoints the pass to the leading O'Brien. And O'Brien, like there was never another intention. He's pointing towards the goals.
Yeah, smart decision to lower his eyes there. He could have blazed away and had a shot at goal, but he saw O'Brien leading up at the footy.
He's such a broad man that you couldn't probably not hit the red jumper if you just put it in front of him. So O'Brien from 40, he's kicked one in the first term. He puts it on the right post and it's curling back nicely. What a beautiful kick in the end. And Knox 4-6-30, now lead by 10, 9 minutes gone, second term. 30 plays 20.
And he's a great foil, isn't he, for Greaves there. He's a big solid lad that if he gets front position, he's pretty hard to knock off that front spot. So really hit up nice, and that was a lovely kick as well. So that gives them that little bit of breathing space at the moment. So you know, some great pressure football down in their defensive area to quickly get it across. Now Silvan have got to reply.
He is a bit of a unit, is Ben O'Brien as well, inside that forward 50 for the Falcons. So go back up in the middle. Charge yet another hit out. Weir looks to follow up. It's in fact, Iliadou's got a handball away to Murphy. Back to Iliadou's at the front of the stoppage in the direction of Zach Hanlon.
Speaking of units, he would be very difficult. I mean, he's been a great footballer over his career. Really good hands, beautiful ruckman. You know, he played. Got to remember, he played for Vermont in their ones for a while. Went back and has played at East Burwood as well.
As he goes short, looks to hit up an option, went over the top of Charlie Young's head. It's out the back now for Tetley, who broke a tackle. Check side is through. A great finish from the former Forest Hill player, and Knox extend their advantage back out to 16 points by 6:36 to Silvan 32-20.
Missed tackle in D50 there.
Yeah, and I think I'm surprised we haven't heard him from here, folksy, but I think he'd be pretty angry with that. You could see that was going to happen right from the start. He's just turned him around way too easily.
Let's go boundary side.
Just interesting from what we touched on before, guys. Knox just sticking true to what Buckle said and just lowering the eyes going inside forward 50.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Silvan switched off thinking that Hanlon was probably going to have a set shot, and it all dissipated. Defence dissipated from there. So it's another ball up going to happen.
Well, we'll be glad he went through for a goal because he overcooked the kick there to Charlie Young, did Hanlon.
I wondered, David, do you reckon he had the distance?
No.
He'd never had the distance.
No, he knew all along that he didn't. Just waiting for the lead.
So Charge knocks it over his back when he faced away from goals. He just can't get it going, or Silvan can't work off him. Baker works his hand pass to his teammate, and Wynn runs onto it. He tries to break a tackle of Tetley. His hand pass, he comes a big tackle. Secondary effort there by Wynn is fantastic. No free kick for the reward of tackle. Delfonso taps it in front of himself. He got taken down, and he'll claim the free kick that Silvan reckon they could have had earlier. So Delfonso looks behind himself now, takes the kick, goes on the lead, long lead there by Lowe. He's too far out to put a score on. So from about 70 from goals. Short pass in the end, doesn't hit the target. Ground level ball. Who's going to win it? The defence of Edwards. He puts his knees over his opponent there. He gets first down to claim the ball, but no free kick against any player there. So it's a ball up. Blees can't win the tap. He tried to rove his own tap, but it's going to be taken out of defence by Hiscock. He goes long and direct. The wind is propped up a bit there. I reckon it carried the ball a bit. And it's a defensive mark taken by Silvan. So as it goes out to wide, good mark over the top. So Silvan, deliberate kicks to a marker, might be rewarded with the next one. If they can take a mark, they'll get a shot at goal, and it is a mark inside 40. It's Styles.
He's got beautiful hand, Styles. I mean, he made a great lead before and just went over the top, but he's got such good hands and he uses his body so well, and he's generally a pretty good kick, so he's the one that they've got to get the ball into his hands more often.
They had position, but the kicks allowed them to keep their position.
Yep.
So it's Styles from 45 beyond. It's a deliberate shot at goal. Will he be able to power his left foot right through this and close the gap back to 10? Styles from beyond the arc. It's a wobbler, but it's a beauty. The goal umpire's gone too far across, but he's going to signal a goal eventually because Styles was all style, and another goal on the board. 4-2-26. Trail by 10. Knox, 5-6-36.
They're not going away, are they?
No,
they're
not.
Just not going away. They're being annoying and nuisances because Knox have had the play and they just keep hanging in there. I'm loving it. I love seeing that teams that do this, they just grit the whole time. I think Wynn and D'Alfonso have got their hands on the footy a little bit in the middle, and that's been helping them.
Started to rise above the tag, although he's got Jordan Love for company now, does Alfonso. Almost hounding him there was Love as the tap down was won by Charge. The clearance though for Joseph Murphy inside 50 in the Hanlon direction. Quick handball away to Jack Neal, who has an option over the top in Young. Sets self a goal and it misses everything out of bounds on the full.
That reminded me of myself. So that's it.
See, now I'd say that would remind me of myself on Juniors Day, but I wouldn't even kick it that far.
He's touched off the boot, actually, apparently.
Oh, then it was a calculated kick.
Still in the right forward pocket for the Falcons, which is a win.
He would say if it wasn't touched off the boot, it was going through the goals, Davo.
Yep.
So it looks like it's going to be Zach Hanlon in this ruck contest against Charge. Charge from behind, won it down, searching again for D'Alfonso. It's Taylor who spins around, looking for Barlow who flew. On the ground is Neil to mop up. Kick was smothered and eventually goes over the boundary line in the right forward pocket for the Falcons, who lead 5-6-36 to Silvan 4-2-26. 15 minutes gone in this Division 3 elimination final. The second term of action out here at Wally 2 Reserve. It's Charge again, the tap down. D'Alfonso burst away from the stoppage, broke a tackle, took a bounce, took another, but too many times. Still favours Brown, does that bounce. Got the handball back to Jordan Calvi, who heads out wide to Jake Styles.
Those mitts again.
Who still has a thumping left boot, heads in the Matt Lowe direction in a one-on-one, picks up the crumbs, left foot snap. Will get there, but touched on the line by Tom Weir. Great effort from the Knox skipper, and Matt Lowe, great effort as well. But it's Silvan 4-3-27 to Knox 5-6-36, nearly 16 minutes gone.
Can we have a replay of that?
I think Matty Lowe tried to claim that was a mark. Has had a kick. I think it was touched off the hand,
definitely.
off the kick.
Did the defender get there in time? It was a quick call by the goal umpire. He was in no doubt. The kick-out's going to be turned over. It's in the hands of Baker, and he got wrapped up in the tackle when he had arms free. He'd be disappointed with that. And now there's a turnover in that it's a reversal of the free kick. Was there much in that, boys?
I didn't see it.
So it's handed off to Smith, who tries to spin it to Lowe, and he's a high flyer, and he comes over the top for a mark.
Great grab.
That was a good grab, wasn't it?
He never looked likely until it was in his stomach.
But I tell you what, once you give that ball to Smith, his ability to use the footy, it's been known for years, and he can see it. You can just see it on his eyes. He knew exactly where he was going with that football. Great spot and a great grab.
Not quite as high as Jay Robertson yesterday, Dave, but still a pretty decent mark.
Yeah,
there.
And I mean, the Knox defender did nothing wrong.
No, can't do much about it.
He's sitting there going, what could I have done there?
Yeah.
Knox coaching staff will be a bit disappointed if this goes through after a reversal.
Yep.
It's a miss to the left. So it's a let-off for Knox there. They still leading. I'm just waiting. Have the scoreboard updated already?
I think so, yeah.
Yep, so it's 36 plays 28. It's an 8-point game, 17 minutes second term. Knox leading Silvan, missed by Lowe.
Logan Hiscock on kick-out duties, heads towards this broadcast side. O'Halloran parked underneath this. The fly from Neil. Picks up the ground ball. Burns off Michael Smith. Goes with the leading option in Ben O'Brien. Eluded him in the end. Ball in dispute. Bissell's breaks one tackle. Turn it over though to Barlow, who tries to bustle his way through. Wynn. Not going to happen. Great tackle from Trent Wynn.
He didn't have a lot of time to get rid of that.
Bit stiff there, Barlow, I think.
Yeah, but this is what Wynn's so good at. He's just an animal when it comes to tackling.
Tackling machine.
Between wing and half back for the Cats. The kick isn't the greatest though. Indeed, it was disappointing for Silvan as the intercept mark was taken by Jack Neal, who leads the Falcons in disposals. That wasn't the greatest one though. He'll stat pad here for Premier Data and get the handball away to Iliades, who dances his way out of trouble. Got the handball back to Jet Marquette, and a great kick into the middle. Will the Falcons look to take the advantage? They do. Here through Fraser Smith, who has an option over the top in Morris. Inside 50, Greaves on a lead. Over the top of his head, but he's still reeled in the grab.
So what I liked about that was that they took the risk to transition across, and then they just opened up that area in the forward line. And as soon as the ball started going forward, Greaves made his lead. And once he's going, he's very hard to stop.
Yeah. Almost impossible on a lead. Is one of the best forwards in this division. Can go back, kick his second, and re-extend Knox's lead out to 14 points. Comes in now. Goal umpire barely has to move. Harry Greaves has 2, the second multiple goal scorer for the Falcons. They move to 6-6-42. Silvan 4-4-28, 19 minutes gone.
And that's where Silvan will be disappointing. Wynn had that kick there. It was a poor turnover. And then from that missed turn, they've been able to get it out and transition the ball forward. Disappointing.
Yeah, pretty much carbon copy of the first quarter. Just a bit of ball security there for Silvan. They hold on to the ball and they get another deep inside 50 and another shot on goal to try and, hit the front, essentially. So, yeah, disappointing.
James Gagnon down on the boundary.
Worth noting that Jack Ware's just come back on for the Falcons, but Jim Buckle's still sitting on the bench at the moment for the Cats. We'll see how that lasts now.
Rucks go at it, allows Weir to win the tap, and he gets the Iliades back of the circle. Now the hand passes are working for Knox as they're streaming from half back to half forward. The kick goes out wide, so it won't suit their attacking efforts. And happy to see it over the line with Steiniger, who's probably surprised it even came anywhere near him.
Yeah, I still think he needs to be. They need to get him into a spot where they can use him more.
Put him onto a wing.
Oh, yeah. Falcon on a Falcon.
It's not something you see every day.
You don't. And I think there's a few players that are chuckling about it as well. Have not seen that before. Ball in on the top of the head.
He's 10 metres in from the boundary. If you didn't know what happened because you're not watching, you're listening. The boundary umpire was so short on it, it hit a guy that was expecting to rove off the ruckman. There comes in, and now we play on where Iliades will do the tackling on his opponent in Aziak.
Poor Jack Neal.
So, wrestling his way into the aggressive. Weir is just like on a holiday now because he's kind of had to put up with charge and now he's become tough. He's just wrestled his opponent out of the way and won the tap, but the Falcons won't progress past the stoppage and it's out of bounds.
I think the opportunity though for Silvan with Blease going into ruck, it does allow someone like a Matt Lowe to play a bit more deeper unlike this.
Well, he grabbed the jump of Weir, who got into the position. He outfoxed him from behind and then got in front. And if the umpires are on the game, that was a clear jumper pull and it should have been a free kick to the Weir. Weir now is just trying to regress it, but Silvan will win the... Down to Lowe goes the bouncing ball, but it betrays him, does the bounce, and it goes out of bounds in front of Silvan's interchange where they're making some moves, and one of them is to bring Charge on. So can he lead the forward charge for Silvan? They trail by 14, and Weir's going, oh God, I've had enough of you already. But he'll have another go at him, and he wins because he gets to the front. Charge wasn't expecting to do that, and Charge just muscles a tackle, and you're lucky to be still alive, are you, Neil? But he gets up to tell the story of Charge falling on top of him. Ruck contest falls the way of the Win, who runs it into the forward line. Kick doesn't find a teammate, but Styles bustles his way. How did he get on there? That is clever. Low from the pocket. Oh, what a team goal! They're going to celebrate like it's 1999 because that is so deliberate. The short pass of 2 metres to Low and from the pocket. What a goal!
I'll tell you what, Jake Styles, second and third effort there after the contest, absolutely sensational. Little dinky kick to Low and what an incredible finish.
I wish we had goal of the day because that absolutely deserves it. Unbelievable.
That's better than goal of the day. That's nearly goal of the year. That is just
left foot check side.
Left foot check side from that pocket. Unbelievable. No, fantastic. And that was all created through just constantly bringing the ball and putting it into pressure situations. Great goal.
Fantastic call by one of the best in the business as well. And Gav Casey has charged one it down. The clearance for the Cats as well, who'll look to press forward and go inside 50. Oh! Unbelievable grab, Matty Lowe.
Oh, it's highlights.
This is an entertaining game out here at Wally 2 Reserve now.
You just kicked goal of the year and he might just have
mark of the year. He's if he kicks this, he's had a fair 5 minutes.
He does have to kick it though, and if he does, it reduces the deficit to 2 points.
Massive.
Absolutely massive indeed at the 23.5-minute mark of this second term. 45-degree angle, just outside the 45-metre arc. Unloads, there's Matt Lowe, goes to the line. It'll be spoiled through for a behind. That might have been Tom Weir. Great effort, though, and a great effort from the Knox captain. It's 6-6-42, the Falcons, the Silvan, 5-5-35 at the 24-minute mark.
And it's all come from the middle. They've had a couple of good clearances recently, Silvan. They've just got to keep them inside their forward half at the moment.
Margaret's kick just goes off hands, so it's now in the hands of Silvan. Can they get out? Brown took on the tackler. He's got Wynn to help. He's been all around it lately. They can't get it through charge to his teammate in Bizzles. Wynn will go in to help again. He's been electric lately. Brown just moves around it, allows Barlow to kick around the corner. Bouncing ball. They're happy to see the line. Will Knox. They're under a heap of pressure around the ball.
Wins does a lot of great stuff and he lets himself down every now and again with just that one disposal. Handball too high, kicked and missed, but he had a couple of great kicks down here.
Does he almost get too excited when he gets to the ball?
I think he is a little bit that way.
So the kick around the corner lets the Falcons go inside 50. They almost need a steadier over the top, and this will be a great answer because running onto it, nice tap on, bundled forward and running with the play of the ball. It's been finished off by Goyne. He's second, and that's a steadier for Knox because the highlights were coming the way of Silvan.
It's come out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
It really came out of nowhere. There was no, they didn't have any sort of play on that delivery. Turnover, got a quick kick out to the boundary, set up again, and then that roved ball was really good from Goyne. And, he's kicked 2 opportunist goals so far today.
That's the craft of a small forward. He's up on the wing now, though, is Goyne. Certainly been a presence in attack, though. He's kicked plenty of goals in his senior career. Now, that goal was goal number 109 for the Falcons. Small as Charge again won the hit out. Ball bumbles around, but it's eventually picked up here by Skew, searching there for Charge, who's under immediate duress there from Dyson Morris. Umpire says, give this ball to me and I'll toss it up.
I like that tap from Charge, but the forwards need to be in front.
Yeah, exactly. I thought the same thing.
He'll go up in this ruck contest again, will James Charge. But he'll be out rucked there by Jack Weir, who nearly found his teammate in Young. His teammate went off the deck. Looking there for Aaron Taylor, but it's picked up here by Riley Smith, who just chucked it on the boot in the wind direction. Flew, couldn't complete the grab. His teammates there to support him in Ladd. It's kicked over the boundary line by Logan Hiscock and for a boundary throw-in on the far side wing. So 26.5 minutes gone in this entertaining second quarter, as was the case yesterday afternoon between Upper Gully and the Basin. The Falcons still lead by 13 points, 7-6-48 to Silvan, 5-5-35 as Weir on that tap down. Young will attempt to run onto it, might run out of real estate here. He doesn't. He's pushed over the boundary line by Daniel Brown, the late inclusion today. And we'll have this ball thrown back up actually, between wing and half forward for the Falcons. Weir with the big leap, won it down again to Young, who's under immediate pressure. there by Brown and results in yet another stoppage. So time continues to tick down out here at Wally 2 reserve. It'll be interesting to see how long this quarter will go. We've already passed how long the first quarter went for as the Falcons have another opportunity here through Barlow to a dangerous spot where Steiniger is. Took a strong intercept grab.
Timely intervention by Steiniger. He's going through the middle. Danger versus reward if Radon can get it and bounce off his opponent, but he's taken down in a tackle, so it'll be a ball up, centre forward for Knox.
Oh, he took that really well. That was a difficult bouncing ball there and managed to get it, hold it in. Yeah, create stoppage, did it well.
Marget was on his hammer, charge, uncontested, didn't know it, so the tap down's been won by the Falcons. Now off the round the corner, it's a tight one, and it's a miss to the left in the end by Murphy, who bent it around, and he was arcing the back going, oh, if you could only bend a little bit right, I'll be happy. But it didn't happen for the Knox player. So they lead by 14, 7-7-49, 5-5-35 of Silvan. We're nearly at half-time.
Michael Smith heads in the James Charge direction. Steiniger's there as well. Murphy could have climbed the mark there, didn't get it. It'll be a ball up right in front of his coach's box.
Silvan don't want to concede a goal here.
No.
Not in deep in red time here.
I'll go up, will charge and Weir. It's Charge who won it down. Iliadis got a handle away despite some pressure. Young composed himself, got it to O'Brien, burns off Charge, heads to the hot spot. We're fighting in is Murphy. And this will hurt the Cats if it goes through the big sticks.
And if they look at that piece of play, the reason why they got it there was that every Knox player hit the contest at speed. They hit them all at speed and were able to just run through every one of those contests. And that's what you want to see from your mids and your smalls.
Got a great view of this set shot as well. Murphy to push it out to a 20-point lead in favour of the Falcons in the shadows of half-time. Makes an absolute meal of it and is lucky to go through the behind post.
That's a let-off for Silvan. I think they fell away from their structure at the stoppage there, as you said, Davo, and yeah, very lucky to get away with the behind there.
So Steiniger goes long, this time to the left part of the ground, which suits us, closer to us. Charge just stood underneath it, so Wynn was able there to help it. The hand pass backwards before the hand pass forward. Mateo D'Alfonso goes the tackle, dispossesses his opponents. Taking on the tackler was Styles, and he was thankful he was out of bounds because at least the field umpire said, you're not holding the ball.
It's good effort there, though, to nearly keep that in play with the one hand.
Charge looking back at his opponent, now takes the taps it towards Knox's goal. There is the siren for half-time. It's been quite an entertaining quarter, but with all the highlights for Silvan, it was Knox that extended their quarter-time lead to now a 15-point lead at half-time. It's 7-8-50, leading Silvan 5-5-35. Do you want to go through the goals before we go to the break?
Absolutely. Ben O'Brien, Harrison Greaves and Sam Goyne with 2 goals each for the Falcons, while Strack Tetley also impacted the scoreboard for the Cats. Matthew Lowe, their only multiple goal scorer. Singles to Jake Stiles, Andrew Cardamone and Zane Radon. We're going to go to a break here, and when we return, we'll bring in the half-time crew for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. Knox leading Silvan by 15 points.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back. EFNL Sundays elimination final down here at Wally 2 Reserve Ferntree Gully for this vital contest at the moment. Knox lead at the moment, 7-8-50 to the Cats in Silvan, 5-5-35. So this is the halftime show. I'm Blake Tennant, joined by James Gagnon. I hope I got that right.
Gagnon, mate, pretty close enough.
Yeah, very good, very good. Obviously, you're on the boundary, so you get the best seat in the house on how have you seen this game. But, it looks like the big boys are coming into the game. Seeing Ben O'Brien, he's got the 2. Greaves has also got 2, and so is Goyne. So, and then you look at it as well for Silvan. Matt Lowe's also kicked 2 as well. So you feel like the big boys are starting to get into the game, coming into it, but there's still plenty of work for both sides, I feel like.
It's not a day for the smalls, I don't reckon, today. I feel like a lot of the big blokes, they're starting to get their hands on it. They're starting to get up and high. Obviously, we saw Matt Lowe a couple of times. They got up high in the air, and I feel like once the defenders start to catch on to that, it'll start to get to ground and it'll bring shorter players like Trent Wynn, who's had a pretty good game, a bit of an underrated one today. He's had a lot of impact at the contest, so good tackling pressure. I feel like he can open it up really well. And I feel like the score at the moment flutters Knox. I feel like it's been much closer than 15 points. I reckon if Silvan were just a little bit cleaner with it, it would be like 4-5 points.
Yeah, and the Falcons, they're 7-8-50 at the moment. A bit of bad footy, kicking for goals there, but for Silvan, 5-5-35. So they're kicking okay, but I feel like maybe the big boys need to start getting into the game. Looking at big James, big Chargy as well. He's playing a really good say as well for that. But it's an interesting one on who's going to win, because at the moment if I was Michael Folks, the Silvan head coach, you'd be pretty happy about how the team's performance, considering the buy-in for today's game, where everyone was tipping Knox, just how the form's going. So we must be pretty happy of how Silvan's going.
Well, yeah, I think Silvan, they have played quite well. Their pressure is amazing. I just feel like once they get the footy in hand, I feel like they're a bit less composed than Knox. Knox are a bit more. They've got the better composure. They're a bit younger. They've got more run on them. So I reckon if Silvan aren't able to clean that up now, they're just going to run over the top of them.
And for a Knox point of view now, so they're 7-8. Their big boys are getting into the game, which is great to see. But I still think there's still plenty of work if Knox want to do what everyone's sort of predicted on where this game's going. We all think Knox should win this comfortably, but it's going to come from a big second half, I feel like, for Knox, if they want to leave up to expectations, because they know they're good enough to do it. It's just we haven't seen it for long enough for the whole year, and as well as today. Like, the margin's 15 points, and I feel like this game's got plenty to go. And can we see Knox blowing this game out, or do we still see a close game coming into three-quarter time?
Well, I feel like these next 10 minutes are going to be crucial for both sides. Silvan going to come out all guns a-blazing to see if they can bring that margin back to within a kick. But if Knox can withstand that first 10, 15, even 20 minutes, see how far Silvan want to take it, then I reckon this game's all and done for them.
I think the start is crucial for Silvan. They've got to, the big boys have got to get in. Matt Lowe, he's already kicked the 2 today, but looking at Cardamone, Trent Wine's got to get back into it as well. So I think if they can get these guys into it, Mateo D'Alfonso, we all know how good he is as well. So I feel like, I know from his standards. So he's got to lift. And same as this whole Silvan side, it's going to be the whole collective, the whole 18 on the field, and to get them over the line here. And I feel like if Knox get two goals in short time here, unfortunately for me, I think this game just goes as expected as coming into the game.
Yeah, I do believe that's fair enough. I feel like the mids in Silvan, the Cats midfield actually quite stepped up that quarter, especially that last 10 to 15 minutes where both number one rucks came off. They started to slowly work their way back into it. Iliadis for Knox has been their key cog at the moment, in my opinion. He's been leading the charge. Has he been off halfback, or has he been running for the middle?
Unfortunately, haven't watched as much as you, but how have you seen it though?
Oh, he's been absolutely phenomenal, and he's probably set up for like 3-4 of those goals, and that's current margin at the moment. So you got to look at it from Michael Folke's position at the moment. If you shut him down, he's not the biggest spike. He's not the most big, strong midfielder. If you can knock him off his feet, you've got every chance to believe that Silvan can work their way back into it. But if they don't do that and they keep letting him off the chain, I don't see him coming back into it. I reckon Knox just hold their lead.
Yeah, I think the Falcons. Yeah, it'll come down to these next 2 goals. So there's plenty to go for here, and this game could easily blow out. But Silvan, I've been really happy with the efforts that they're bringing in, and if they get the next 1 or 2 goals in short time, I think the Cats can definitely prove a point that they're not here to make up this game here, and they're just here just due to they've won a few good games here and there, but I think this game has still got plenty more to offer, where if you would have told for a preview. So all right, well, we might wrap things up for the halftime show here, and straight after this we'll hear the second half action from the call team, and then you'll hear as well as the post game straight after this.
Thanks, Blake.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Wally 2 Reserve for the Division 3 Elimination Final. Eastland Match of the Round action out here between Knox and Silvan. The Falcons 7-8-50 leading Silvan 5-5-35. Umpires are out onto the field. We're just awaiting both sides to make their way back out onto the magnificent Wally 2 Reserve. Josh Wood here alongside Gav Casey, Michael Paolini, Brett Davidson, and we've got Chris Cordes and James Gagnon down on the boundary. Pales, what do you reckon is the key in this second half for Silvan to get on top of this contest and maybe even take the lead if they are to keep their season alive with a victory here?
Yeah, I just think, like I've mentioned a couple of times, Dave and I, just the ball security of Silvan and their skill execution going forward, especially that quarter. They had a couple of shallow entries and Knox were able to really repel D50 quite easily. So trying to keep the ball, transition a little bit better, and get the ball deeper inside 50 and get better looks at goal.
Do you reckon they might make some changes, Silvan as well, and even Knox to an extent into this second half, Davo?
No, I think they'll both go with what they've got at the moment. I think if you look at them, I think structurally they're pretty good. Just the one thing I have noticed with Knox is that through the midfield, when they get the ball, they're very quick with their hands. They want to get the ball quickly off, whereas I think the problem with Silvan is that when they get the ball in the midfield, they hold on it for the extra second, and so that's why there's a lot more created secondary stoppages. So, I think it's really important that Silvan come out here and continue the rage, I suppose is the best way of putting it, and Knox have just got to make sure that they don't lose focus. They can't just think it happens, and it'll be an interesting quarter. We saw yesterday that this was the quarter that changed the entire game, so we'll just see what happens for the next quarter.
As I just noticed on a side note now, I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, but one South Belgrave superstar, Tim Smith, out onto the middle of Wally 2 Reserve as well, actually. So maybe checking things out, going into a lower grade as well. Of course, South Belgrave getting the victory yesterday as well.
Yeah, definitely.
I think he did start his career with Upper Gully as well.
He did, yes. He played in a grand final for Upper Gully and played very well, and got drafted from that game. So I went to Melbourne, did his stuff at Melbourne and came back. No, he was a super junior, well, not a super junior player, but it's interesting. We've had a few of those players. We had James Gwilt was another one who played a super grand final as a 17-year-old and got drafted after that. I think there's somebody else, I can't remember, South Croydon boy played a
Matty
great...
Jones?
Sorry?
Matt Jones, potentially?
Potentially?
Yeah.
There's been a few that have played great grand finals and been recruited from them.
Absolutely. It shows the calibre of talent in the Eastern Football Netball League. There's certainly a bit of talent on show out here at Wally 2 Reserve this afternoon, and some of those key players are going to have to step up in the second half of action as we might go down to the boundary. I'm not too sure where James Gagnon and Chris Cordes are. But
over the Knox bench, mate. Just got to know that Murray Edwards will not be partaking in the rest of the game. He's been injured.
Thanks for the update there, James. So one man down are the Falcons as we get the second half of action underway. Gav Casey.
Charge versus Weir, ground level. It's Smith into the middle. Interesting move for Silvan. Try to release Asiak and eventually They do go for D'Alfonso. Ground level low. Tackling. Can't get his opponent not to release it. So Knox hold up in defence. Kick goes forward to Tom Weir. Ground level. Can Knox get it generated? As that goes the punch, but misses the ball. So the Falcons get it. Pushed as his mark was Young, and he's got it on the wing. He'll look inboard. They're always dangerous when they get it through the corridor. It just gets over the head of Ladd. So it's now a running ball for the Falcons. Long into the forward line. Greaves on a long lead. 1-2. Grab's got it.
That was just great transition footy there. And all of it came through just really positive work. You know, they hit the football at speed. Beautiful hands out wide. And, nice bit of football. He's just got to finish it off now. He's been very, very good.
It's interesting how the Falcons Silvan gets sucked into one side of the ground a lot. It allows Knox to go through the middle far too easily sometimes. And it ended in Greaves taking the mark. 2 grabs at 40 metres out. He doesn't move the umpire one iota, and it's a great goal for Greaves. Great start for the Falcons in their third term. They progressed to a 21-point lead. 8-8-56 leading Silvan 5-5-35. Third goal for Greaves.
Yeah, Dave, you just spoke about their transition there, but I literally just said to Wardy just before the bounce, Silvan's shallow entries inside 50. There's another one there. They rebound 50, down the other end, goal. Really costly. So, Silvan stay in this game, they need to get the ball deeper inside 50.
Yeah, and when you think about it, they've got the targets down there. Yep. They've got to get it down to them quickly.
Yep.
They do. Elo is the deepest target alongside Jake Stiles as well, who combined for that brilliant goal in the second term. As Charge won it down to Smith, couldn't take clean possession. Murphy will run onto it. Bounce doesn't favour him though. Tackled by Smith. That is an interesting move though. Maybe to add a bit more cleaner ball use and maybe a penetrating ball inside forward 50 as well for Michael Smith. We know how good of a kick he is. The former South Belgrave, the former Upper Ferntree Gully player as well, as many slaps forward, see Knox or Silvan advance it. Lads around this, as is D'Alfonso, who is the meat in the sandwich, can't escape the Knox tackle. And the left half forward flank right near the scoreboard, which reads Knox 8-8-56, leading Silvan 5-5-35. 2.5 minutes played here in the third quarter of action at Wally True Reserve as the ball dribbles out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Still the left half forward flank for the Cats, who are kicking to the right of the broadcast in this third quarter. Falcons to the left or to the Burwood Highway end of the magnificent Wally True Reserve, back hosting finals for the first time in many, many years as he tried to garnish something. It was almost a rugby-style throw first up, and then he thumped it forward. And he'll get pinged for the free kick where Trent Wynn will go inside forward 50 as deep as possible. The spoil came in, Lowe was there on the ground, as was Warren, who got the handball away to Weir. Weir to Eliades, who's stashing away from defensive 50. Took 2 bounces, tries to go with the through ball, which will go over the top to Aaron Taylor. Went off the deck, was smothered there by Balthasar, and the Cats cleared defence. Will it be temporary? It's Bleeds who forced the contest. Could have given away a holding free kick. Umpire calls play on as Smith weaves his way out of trouble. Dribbles it inside forward 50 in the low direction. Clean pick up. Has Win as an outlet. Was too short the handball, but Bleeds just trying to get his way through. Couldn't. And we'll have a ball up. True centre half forward for the Cats.
It was better, wasn't it? It was better. But Knox went to work in their D50 and, too good at ground level there.
Charge versus Weir, ground level over the ball. Taken off it was the Silvan player. So the hand pass from O'Neill to Morris. They're trying to get forward. The tackle comes in late, but bouncing up to his feet. The Falcons go long, running with the flight of it. No mark taken by Taylor, so it's at ground level where Silvan might have it through Calvi. So that's Batera, and he takes on the tackle, and you can hear the Falcons fan base calling for holding the ball. But he didn't have prior, said the umpire, so it's going to be ball up. Defensive 50 for Silvan as Falcons look to attack again. Ground level, D'Alfonso kicks it long as he breaks free of the contest. Ball's bouncing around. Wynn and Stiles versus O'Neill. Gets some help. His teammate under a heap of pressure. Rudd does get the hand pass out to his teammate in Hiscock, who runs through the congestion, takes a bounce in the end. That was beautifully done. He spotted a gap and he went for it, and a big grab in the forward line. It's that man again, Greaves. Didn't seem like he was in the contest, but he came from nowhere to stand tall.
I'll tell you what, we've seen some really good marking from key forwards today. I mean, that's a beautiful mark. Not easy to take.
Yeah, 3 deep. Clunked it.
And he floated as he marked it. It was beautifully done.
Still given a bit too much space there, though, I feel, from Balthasar.
Just no body contact there to just change his hands movement as the kick goes across. And that's the one thing letting down the Falcons today. Shots at goal. And that misses everything because it hits the behind post and it's out on the full. So no change in the score. 56 plays 35 and feels like another let-off for Silvan.
It does, and it's Bissell will take this kick out. Right back pocket for the Cats. Perusing his options. Goes across the face of goal into the left back pocket to Matty Batira. Of course, the former Park Orchards player. I think was a part of their inaugural senior squad as well. As umpire is going to give a free kick to Knox.
Oh, he's called it shepherding off the... I'm pretty sure he called that shepherding off the mark then.
Oh, look where the ball went.
Yeah, anyway, I suppose it is, but...
Interesting.
It was Steinecker who ran across, shepherded the guy off the mark, which you can't do.
Yeah, well, if it's not a play-on call, it's legitimately, technically a free kick.
You never see that paid nowadays. In fact,
No.
I reckon that's the first time I've ever seen it paid. There's Barlow. Slow, deliberate approach to add another on the board for the Falcons. He doesn't.
Another miss.
8-9-57 Knox to Silvan 5-5-35. Missing their opportunity, Fails.
They keep the door open, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Keep the door open for them.
Just waiting for the ball to come back. Any ball will do.
Just don't want to lament their missed opportunities here, Knox. A couple of quick goals for Silvan and it's game on again, you know what I mean?
They're certainly capable of it with guys like Matt Lowe down in their attacking half and Gleeson even charge when they rotate down there. They'll create opportunities for the Cats and they are pretty efficient heading inside forward 50.
Steiniger, he refuses to go short. He runs and goes long. Smith is in back position to be the tackler as it goes over charge, who's the intended. But there is a way to clear 80 metres when you just give it to Steiniger to kick it out. Because he takes 10 and then he kicks it 55. Now the ball, Smith again. He's getting on it. He's just doesn't have a guy running shotgun with him to open it up for them. That's probably the next thing they need to add if they're going to have full value out of Smith in the contest. Short one for the ball in. Mateo D'Alfonso paddles, trying to get hold of the ball. Where are you going? I'm confused.
He's gone the wrong way.
I just stopped talking because... Does he know which way he's going? Because I don't know.
He's just been reminded that he needed... I think they've said maybe no U-turns, and he took it literally.
Yeah.
So literally the Silver player was running, and then they all let him run towards the Falcons' goal, and he kicked it towards it. Anyway, it's now Falcons going the right way. Greaves can't take the mark. Bizzle's in there to contest it. Greaves gets onto it, can't evade the tackle. Ham passes it off. Under a heap of pressure, Silvan. Bissell comes in the tackle, no reward. Now it's bouncing out. Where the ruckman pulls it around the corner, but pulls it too far from inside the corridor. And he had a hand pass to give, said his teammate, but he said, I had a shot, I missed. 8-10-58 leads 5-5-35, 23-point lead for the Falcons.
Steiniger goes to the far side where McCrimmon was all by himself, but coming in late and doing well there was Morris. McCrimmon did one better, got the handball away, and the turnover ball will go to Iliades, who's often racing, elected to kick when he had plenty of space and might have turned it over here. He hasn't. Good effort there from Jack Neal to get it out of the congestion, but in turn Love gets himself into trouble, and we'll have a ball up.
Well, they kind of like had it in their control and then lost it too easily. Silvan then they covered up though well. They covered it up, and they're still in not in Knox's attacking forward part yet.
Well, they are now as Neal at the front of the stoppage gets separation, elected to kick to the top of the goal square when he could have blazed away towards goal, and it allows Michael Smith to pick up the intercept possession. heads towards this broadcast side where Win on a lead, nearly took a strong grab. Rudd did well though, got the handball away to Eliades, whose handball went backwards. Rudd will pick it up and is happy to see that over the boundary line. Right near the Silvan coach's box, right in front of their interchange gate where they'll look to make at least one change with Ladd coming on for Raiden. We'll have this ball tossed back into play, almost in front of us at the left half forward flank for the Falcons as Hamlin got front position, tapped it to Barlow, sets Sal, misses everything, out of bounds on the fall in the left forward pockets.
They're just rushing things a little bit, Knox. They're trying to force the issue instead of just being a little bit calmer, spot up, go back, take the kick.
Well, Michael Smith, you talked yourself and danced into a tackle. And that is holding the ball from not a necessary thing. You don't come in on Barlow and think you're going to walk around him.
Yeah, Michael Smith's pretty animated there. He's asking his players to hit up at him, and I pointed out to Davo about a minute and a half ago, the Silvan boys aren't really spreading from D50, and their ball transitions is taking some negative effect there, and get done holding the ball.
Wonder what kind of advice Braden Barlow's getting here from the Silvan coach's box and from the supporters behind him.
He's done the new technique where they hold the ball from their chest forward to sort of get the line, and it didn't help because if the line is just missing to the left of the point post, then he was on line, but I don't think that's where he was aiming. So another minor score. It's racking up the missed opportunities. It's not always a point, but this time it is. 8-11-59 to Silvan 5-5-35. They progress slowly to a 24-point lead.
Important 5 minutes for Silvan here.
Massive.
As Steinecker just unloads through the spine. Will it be cut off here by the Falcons? They have the numbers on the ground, but the bounce doesn't favour them. Ladd tries to break a tackle, still got a handball away to Blease. Blease backwards to Batira. Batira has options over the top, including Daniel Brown, who was outmarked in the end brilliantly by Logan Hiscock, who looks to play on immediately. Heads to the far side, where the mark was taken by Morris. On centre wing, he goes lateral and backwards to Marquette. Market inboard to Rudd, so just looking to chip it around, find gaps in the Silvan defence, but that kick flirted with danger. The mark still taken in front of Jake Stiles there. Was a strong grab from the Knox player. Goes short to Murphy. Took a chest mark in the end, but had to work for it as he goes to the left half forward flank where he has O'Brien on a lead. In fact, it's Fraser Smith, the former Vermont player. Took a strong grab right in front of us. As he looks to go, handballs it off to Murphy. Gets back onto his ride. Short chipping ball. Flirted again with danger, but the mark will still be taken in front of Cam Blease by the Knox player.
That's where you just got to be a bit smarter, Knox. You don't run one side knowing that you're a right footer. Have to come around, but some good grabs up forward.
As Young's called to play on, unloads to the top of the goal square. Greaves on a lead, went over the top of his head, and it'll bounce out of bounds in the left forward pocket. So 13.25 minutes played here in the third term. It's Knox 8-11-59, leading Silvan 5-5-35.
Well, it's been in their forward line now for about 7 or 8 minutes. They've got to score out of this.
Smith, Silvan under the pump. Ground level, Mateo D'Alfonso just taps it to himself in the end, gets the kick forward, but it's all Tom Weir waiting for it, and he's going to steady play because there's a heap of numbers, and I reckon Silvan know they've just got to flood back and put their finger in the damn wall because it might just burst soon through Weir's long ball burster, but doesn't get the journey. Last line defence and big tackle by O'Brien, and that stays stuck.
Well, to be honest, Fraser Smith stood in the hole then with his back to he needed to get out of that area to allow for a lead up.
Charge, taps it down. Bissell's there, takes on the tackler, but they just don't have someone to release it to, Silvan. And when they do, they're under a heap of pressure for a skill error, and it allows Knox just to hold them in.
Well, they've pushed up. They've got 36 players now in the forward half.
Weir gets the front position, knocks it into Bizzle's path, who plays on. He goes down to the corridor, dangerous ball if it hits the red, but it's going to be Silvan putting numbers to the tackle, and they'll hold it up again.
Good defensive play at the moment from Knox, actually, to keep the ball in their forward 50.
Charge versus Weir, ground level ball. And this time, Silvan, they'll get their hands on there. They're probably happy to be wrapped up in each tackle because Riley Smith didn't want to go anywhere when he took it. Charge knocks it out into the open. Dangerous or advantageous. We'll wait to see as Knox get their first player over the ball. And it'll be a play-on situation. And Silvan, they're sort of just going muscle into the tackle. They're just trying to apply themselves in the tackle. And Love was on the deck. Gives it back to the umpire. Centre forward for Knox. Charge again, might try to knock it forward, but again it comes out loose to the advantage of the Falcons. The ball's bouncing around. Morris gets it on the boot quickly. Bouncing ball. Silvan, can they repel? They're just holding up at the moment. It releases into the corridor where it allows Skews to get onto it. He puts a high up and under. It's 2v2, and that's a great, well-judged mark by Rudd. He's looking inboard. Now goes out wider. He's got a lead-up player. It did get to him. And it's Tetley who takes the mark. And then he spears it in. It's O'Brien who takes the mark. So all that corralling and holding into the forward line pays to their advantage when they could open it up. Once Silvan stretched themselves to try to go forward, it allowed O'Brien to find space.
You talk about moments in games, and I think there was a moment then when there was a great mark in the defensive area by Knox, transition the ball down. It's just there are little key moments, and that was one of them.
O'Brien's kicked 2. Can he get his third on the ball and stretch it to a 5-goal lead halfway through the third? It's another miss for Knox, and if you could say this is keeping Silvan in the game.
It
8-12-60 to 5-5-35.
It is, but Silvan is not getting the ball down their forward line. They're not hurting Knox on the rebound at the moment.
Knox really well set up behind the footy here. They can't get it past the centre.
Steineger elects to go short to McCrimmon.
Got to give it back.
Did well there though, did Sam Goyne to corral him on the mark. Steineger's still lurking around this. McCrimmon decides to go with the kick in the Smith and Charge direction. Smith from behind, nearly reeled in the grab. It's Murphy on the ground. Got the handball inboard to Love. Found some space. Got it to Hanlon. Inside 50 in the Greaves direction. And Weir was there as well. But out marking both of them is Tyson Bissell.
First time he's been able to do that since the first quarter.
Time. Yeah.
Would look for a bit more of an impact as his kick might have held up in the wind. It allows Knox an opportunity to get it inside forward 50 once again through Jack Neal. Chipping ball's a good one in the end to Fraser Smith, who reeled in the one-handed grab. And the former Vermont player can go back and kick the goal here.
Breeze has picked up a little bit here
to
the Knox goal kicking end.
What would you say the advantage is, Chris and James, down on ground level for that Breeze?
The Breeze is sort of coming towards the broadcasting end, actually. I'd say probably maybe towards where Knox are going at the moment, but I'm not too sure. It's probably more towards the club rooms.
It's coming in now with Fraser Smith. It'll fall short and eventually be rushed through for a minor score there by Tyson Bissell. So Knox 8-13-61 to Silvan 5-5-35. It's 26 points the advantage, but Knox are missing some opportunities, Gav.
18 minutes of this game, it is Knox adding 1 goal 5, and Silvan haven't scored in this quarter. And the kick out will go into the arms of Hanlon. Chard said he was pushed off it, but Hanlon stands up, takes the mark, tries to get it to, well, he had a leading option. It falls to the person I thought was going to mark it in Taylor. He hands it back to his teammate who was wrapped up in a tackle. So they mucked that up again, did Knox. And Fraser Smith is a bit... he's amused by spilling the chance. So it's at the back of the pack where again, Wynn, tough, knocks it off a player and bounces off to kick it down the line. And that's the only way out, is if they can just get territory and maybe hold up and then maybe create from a stoppage, because Silvan, they look like they're exposed if it opens up. Rucks go at it. There's another short boundary throw in. Does suit Knox. Now on the run, they'll get it through Murphy. Murphy tries to go inboard. Is it a play-on situation for Love? He can't get it going. He drags it in, and Smith might say it's holding the ball, and he's furious with the umpire. Not the first time today. He said, if that's not holding the ball, I've never umpired. And he hasn't.
He has a right to. He did drag that in and hold it in. So.
I think umpire didn't have the greatest view of it as Knox through slaps, get it inside forward 50 in the weird direction, out the back, Greaves, snap,
touched. Touched off the boot.
He was celebrating like it was a goal, but it is just a minor score. Yet another minor one for the Falcons there. 8-14-62. Not Silvan 5-5-35. We're into time on of this third quarter, and Steiniger will look to unload once again to the far side of Wally 2 reserve. Stoles is around this. It's out the back now for Wynn, who'll look to be a bit more lively. Eventually happy to see it over there is Smith.
Does Silvan need to try something different? Get Matty Lowe up the ground a little bit?
Yeah, they're just doing the same things, going through the same motions.
It's not working.
Between wing and half forward, we might go down to the boundary soon as Weir won it down, Eliades. We might go down to the boundary now, James Gagnon.
So I've noticed now that Knox have put on Hanlon onto Buckle. Charge. I feel like that's worked quite well for the Falcons because I feel like it sort of worked the body out of Jimmy Charge and it sort of quelled his influence in the game.
Smith cleared the congestion, turned it over almost immediately though. It's a push in the back, free kick paid. Free kick paid. I reckon it'll be to Silvan.
No, he juggled it apparently or something.
Yeah, I think that's what they're paid.
So it'll be a boundary throw in. Centre wing, far side, Gav.
Charging good position, tap one down, spill ball doesn't go the way of the Cats, and Wynn jumps on the ball and is tackled to the ground for another ball up.
For all his control of the ball out of the ruck, they've just got nothing out of it, have they?
Yeah, no benefit from it.
But they had one player on the move there, and here they've got another player on the move, but the kick can't go anywhere again. So bound a heap of pressure there. Tetley couldn't bend down to pick it up, but it goes through the middle again. Knox trying to go forward, but Steiniger, good pump. From behind, ground level ball where it's all Falcons, and the red will go forward through Goyne. Goyne, short pass, it wasn't pinpoint. Greaves on the bounce, not happy with that. And the late bump by the opponent in O'Halloran.
He's a bit lucky there, O'Halloran, because there was no need for that. That was, ball was out of play.
So Knox, they don't always hit the targets. They're not making the most of their opportunities, especially this quarter, kicking 1-6. And Silvan are under the pump. It might be tiring to defend. It could be a dam broken soon. But they're scrapping hard. Two tacklers come in. Now they'll win it forward. Hand pass goes now. Delfonso tries to get it to Styles, who runs and lopes into it, and he picks it on the left mid, takes on the tackler, walks through the tackle, puts it on the boot. Balls are bundling away through, and it's a finger breaker. The defence of Knox now. First time they've probably seen the ball go anywhere near them. As the line goes in, Radin takes it over. So Silvan got in the forward line, and I reckon the Falcons' defence would just be shut. They're just they've gone quiet and cold.
The arc of the Titanic then with the big turn of Stylesy.
The QE2.
Yeah, but I tell you what, he did some good work, and it was just let himself down with the kick into the forward line, but he's one they've got to get the ball to.
Absolutely.
Do you reckon, is this the first or second inside 54?
Oh, there wouldn't be many.
This quarter.
Second.
So it's a ball in anyway, so what can Silvan do? If they get a goal, it's definitely against play, as now Falcons do win it out of it and taking it to the boundary line and over the line by Butera. It's a boundary throw in wing. So if we just take this quarter alone, 23 minutes, it's Knox 1-6 to Silvan hadn't scored. So the 15-point lead has now stretched out to 27. Be interesting. Whatever happens, the next goal's vitally important. Matteo Delfonso close to line. Now they're sharing it with tap-ons. Wynn couldn't get the kick because the Falcons were there to smother it, and it's out of bounds. So just when they think they can break out of a stoppage, they can't.
Small moments. Little moments, they're the key things. Those little tiny 1%ers really count.
Love this ball tossed back into play right in front of the Knox interchange bench as Blease going up in ruck. Won it down. Was handballed out by Morris to Warren. Warren to centre half forward where it wasn't marked there by Bissell. Silvan are able to mop up on the ground. And out towards this broadcast side. Wynn was nearly run down from behind. He was in the end. Boundary umpire will call for a ball in. Some good pressure there from Joe Murphy. Maybe a bit of feedback as well, but still going to be a boundary throw in. It's a Knox free kick. Might have been umpired dissent.
Yep.
And he's going to go to Joe Murphy. D'Alfonso continues to play his case to the boundary umpire, but you might be, if you continue talking, Mateo, you might give away a 25-metre penalty, but nevertheless, Knox move it on.
You're certainly never going to change their opinion.
No, absolutely not.
As Iliades goes long in the Greaves direction, flew, went over the top of his head. Aaron Taylor's there on the ground. The snap misses to the left. That was by Sam Goyne, and a minor score sees Knox 8-15-63.
He's been lively, Goyne.
He has, hasn't he?
5-5-35, the Cats, and you're right, Pales, he certainly has been one of the more lively presence inside attackers, Sam Goyne.
There's a drop mark that should have been taken. And the hit up from Steiniger dropped by Balthasar. Now it's a contested ball deep into forward line 4. And O'Brien was tackled, not taken to the fence. Well played there by his opponent.
That's the story of their quarter, isn't it,
Dave? It is, yeah. And they look a little bit tired too, Silvan, at the moment.
They'd have to be. All they've been doing is defending. Rucks go at it, ground level. Smith, he just crops to and everything evaporates around him. Gives it to Mateo D'Alfonso, the 2 bounces, then the kick hits the target to Radin, who looks ahead. 1v1. Early fly was too early, and Brown sees the opponent take the mark, and the Falcons are out. So the rebound could be big for Iliades. Takes a bounce. His Shepherd got knocked over. Iliades goes inboard, but he won't evade a tackle. Gives it to his teammate. Neil goes in the middle where they've dominated. Hand pass from Love. Gets it to his teammate. Go back to Love because that wasn't going anywhere. Now Greaves 1v2 and he'll beat them both. He doesn't get the mark paid because he got dragged off it. I reckon that's a free kick if not a mark. He's a bit stiff there, Greaves. And it's a clearing kick out of bounds. What do you reckon about that one?
Yeah.
Too many umpires sitting next to us.
Yeah, we have got the umpiring brigade next to us, so we can't say too much.
It was out on the full to O'Brien's kick.
As he goes to the teeth of goal where Hanlon's the meat in the sandwich. Barlow clean pick up. Corralled there by Uskiak. And we'll have a ball up. 27 and a quarter minutes gone in this third term. Knocks out by 28 points now. Have held Silvan scoreless so far, but have been inaccurate. They have an opportunity here through Young, who finally snaps truly for the Falcons. He gets his first, and Knox now lead by 34 points, 9-15-69 to Silvan, 5-5-35.
And I think you'll find that has he drifted down from the defensive area there to score that? Because I think that was an excellent goal. I mean, they needed to get one eventually, and I was thinking to myself, they've become a little bit predictable with that long kick into that same area. They needed to look at a short pass into it, but they've been able to create something, and that really hurts Silvan now.
They've been hanging on for dear life, but at the 28-minute mark, they haven't put a score on in this quarter. They dearly love it, but that is the siren. Big goal to concede. At three-quarter time, it's Knox leading this elimination final, potentially going forward to play Upper Ferntree Gully next week. Knox leading at three-quarter time, 9-15-69. Playing Silvan 5-5-35. It's a 34-point margin at three-quarter time.
We'll go to our major goal kickers in this contest before we go to a break. Harrison Greaves with 4, 2 goals each to Ben O'Brien and Sam Goyne, whilst for Silvan their only multiple goal scorer is Matty Lowe. We're going to go to a break here, and when we return, we'll bring you the final quarter of action and hear from Steve Buckle from the Knox huddle ahead of their massive final term.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And welcome back to Wally 2 Reserve for the Eastland Match of the Round. Knox leading Silvan in the Division 3 elimination final. 9-15-69 to the Cats. 5-5-35. Josh Wood here alongside Gav Casey, Brett Davidson, Michael Paolini, plus Chris Cordis and James Gagnon down on the boundary. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from Chris and Steve Buckle after his three-quarter time address, which is what he is delivering at this moment alongside Michael Folks as well, and both will no doubt be fired up after a third quarter that was dominated by the Falcons. They had most of the territory, Davo, but they failed to capitalise.
They did, but the reality was that they had the ball in their area the whole time, so they didn't allow Silvan to get any flow at all. Silvan they struggled to control any part of that quarter. I think they've got a little bit of a breeze. From what I can tell, from what we can tell of the game, it looks like they've got a little bit of a breeze coming home with. They looked a little bit tired, so I'll be interested. I hope Knox don't just try and defend. They need to continue to attack the footy and do what they've been doing to get themselves in this situation. But Silvan have got to do something a little bit special. Change something up. Blease go centre half forward. Low on the ball for 5 minutes. Just something to create a little bit of a difference for them.
Charger's been on top all day in the middle, so I think it's just got to be helter-skelter for Silvan now. It's just got to be get the ball forward. Your half forwards have got to be in front off the line, come in, handball receive, get it in nice and deep. They need to do something. They need to try something different that hasn't really been done all day.
Maybe Steineger goes in the middle for 5 minutes.
Yeah, or onto a wing, get him to kick over that line. Get him a deeper entry, get low and Styles will look deep forward.
Absolutely, and even guys like Charge in particular can be a threatening forward at times as well, or presence at least inside forward 50. It'll be interesting to see what magnets he switches, Gav.
Instead of Smith, can they put Blease in as ruck rover just to get a bigger body? Because if they're winning the tap, maybe he can knock it out to an outer person.
He's actually quite good below his knees as well. So that's something that you could do, but they can't just go out and think that what they're doing at the moment is working, because it's not. They're 34 points down in an elimination final, so they need to make sure that they work hard.
As we get a PA announcement, and we'll hopefully go down to Chris Cordes on the boundary alongside Steve Buckle, and we'll be doing that right now.
Yes, guys, good timing. Thank you, Coach. A lot of territory game in that third quarter, but not as much scoreboard pressure as you would have liked. How did you see it?
Yeah, well, that's it. We kicked 2-8, I think, that quarter, and wasn't ideal, but at least we're presenting it and getting opportunities there. We wanted to play a front half game for the majority of the game. We just weren't able to execute it. We had too many guys just sagging off their player and not fulfilling their role. So it was really pleasing to see him do it that quarter.
Yeah, fantastic. And 34 points the margin as it stands. Do you look to blow that out a bit more? Just protect what you have?
No, we'll continue to attack the game and keep playing the game out. Because if we try to go into our shell and play safe, we know they'll come back at us.
Excellent. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks there to Chris Cordes alongside Steve Buckle. James Gagnon, we're going down to you. What was the message of the Silvan huddle at three-quarter time?
It's just a game of pride for Silvan at the moment. They're just going to throw the whole kitchen sink at it. So they've gone out, they've made a few slight changes, and they're going to just see if they can make something work. They need something special here to get a chance to win this game. See how we go.
They absolutely do, as the breeze starts to pick up right on cue out here at Wally 2 Reserve, as umpire looks across Wally 2 Reserve. The final couple of patrons dispersing in what is a pretty decent crowd out here for this Division 3 elimination final. Of course, a standalone senior game, plenty of junior games around the traps as the siren sound, umpire holds the ball aloft for the final quarter of action. Gav Casey.
Charge, taps it. D'Alfonso on the run. He evades 2 of 3. Now he gets the ball onto a leading option. He'll do the roving. He picks it up from 40. He has a shot at goal. Will it be shepherded through? Touched on the line, I think. And the defender, the fullback, is happy with himself. He wasn't bodied off. And he touched it.
He was attempted to body him off, but he probably dragged him down into the football.
D'Alfonso nearly took Lowe's goal of the day.
Yep.
If we wanted a moment of inspiration, look no further than the skipper, Matty Lowe, as the kick out goes towards this broadcast side. Smith slaps it from behind. It'll dribble its way over the boundary line.
So the first thing we've seen is real intent, haven't we?
Absolutely.
First 3 contests, real intent in all of them.
That's what they have to bring in this final quarter. They trail by 34 points. They need to get 6 goals if they are to keep their season alive. The Cats has charged one it down to no one in particular though. Kick will go out of bounds on the fall and be paid to Silvan. And it's in good hands. Michael Smith right in front of us.
He's like the Scarlet Pimpernel at the moment. He's here, there, everywhere.
Goes inside 50 because he has a lead in Jake Stiles. He might have kicked it out of bounds on the fall. Someone has.
Off his knee.
It's going to be a boundary throw. And a minute played, just over a minute played, and already some entertainment out here in this final term.
I don't understand that kick then.
No.
Why would you kick it shallow into a pocket nearly?
Here's a chance. Aziak. Oh, well, he was trying to bend it around his body as he's running sideways away from the goal. Here's Lowe. Bounces up. Again, he's similar. He couldn't pull it across the body. It's a high up and under. Doesn't go out on the full. And it's in the pocket. It's in their attacking area, Silvan. Encouraging signs.
Yes, but you'd want something a bit better out of those 2 kicks, but it's still there. That's the thing. It's still there in their spot.
Yeah, you just like them to straighten up the body before they kick. Now, it goes out forward. There's a big chance. Smothered on the line. What a towering defensive effort by Weir. Tom Weir got in the way just as the kick was going towards goal.
Really good defensive pressure from Knox then.
Bit ginger after that is Tom Weir, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. That'd be a bit of a blow for the Falcons. We're having a pretty good game as Hiscock is now on kick-out duties. Hits again towards this broadcast side where Steiniger will come in from behind and apply the spoil. Goins there on the ground, really good roving there and gets a downfield free kick for an off-the-ball hit. Will it be Braden Barlow who takes this? Or it'll be... Looks like it's coming to centre wing and it'll be taken by Braden Barlow. In fact, it's going right in front of the Knox coach's box. Not too sure what's happening here.
Is it 25 as well?
I reckon it is 25 and another
50.
25.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, just got to not say anything, boys.
It's all capitulated for Silvan in the one passage of play, and Braden Barlow can make this an even taller order.
He didn't realise he's got so much area. Yeah. He was standing back thinking, I've got to kick this from 50.
He'll kick it from around about 10 to 15 metres out. The former East Burwood, the former Vermont player, takes all the time in the world to give Knox the game-high 38-point lead. Comes in now, straight over the goal umpire's hat. and just reward for Braden Barlow, who gets on the scoreboard at the 3.5 minute mark of the last quarter. The Falcons 10-15-75 to Silvan 5-7-37.
And that's deflating for Silvan. Undisciplined, 2 25-metre penalties and a downfield free kick, and you know, they had the ball inside forward 50 and it goes down the other end and they kick a goal.
Yep. Yeah, just we call them coach killers. That's that's what coach killers are. Those ones.
Exactly what it is.
I'll tell you what I liked is Goyne took the bump.
Yep.
And he only just pushed him to say, hey, I'm tough.
Yep.
I'm going to get on with it.
And he got up and kept going.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I mean. That's fantastic. Great play. Now, can Silvan answer? They've been absolutely smothered in this contest, and it's a free kick for holding the ball in the middle.
That should have been 25. He just put the ball down on the ground then.
So the kick goes out wide. Love's got it, smothered, and Smith does the smothering, takes it off him, and he'll get it going the way of Silvan through low, outer wing. Too far to score. Gets it up to under Styles. Was underneath the ball because it went over his head. He tried to back into his opponent. Ball hit the deck where it's the Falcons doing it nicely. O'Neill goes through the congestion, gets it to teammate in Weir, who loads up a long ball. Numbers are with Silvan, but it will hit the deck and at ground level. Well played there by Fraser Smith. He couldn't get the possession in the end, and charge hits the deck, and Smith comes over the top, and it'll be a ball up. They look very tired, do Silvan.
Yeah, they just worked so much harder than Knox to push back into defence to help out.
So it's a ground level ball again that goes back to charge, gives it to his teammate and Smith, Riley Smith that is, and the short pass hits the target, and they're often playing on as quickly as possible. They have to, Silvan, and they need a mark inside, and it's Blees, one arm at it, one arm trying to fend off. Ground level ball picked up by Styles, and he's going nowhere, but over the shoulder goes his way. Did you think that was legit?
I thought it was a decent tackle actually, but you know, it's we're a little bit further away.
I think this is the easiest free kick for umpires to give, because if it's over the shoulder, you just pay it.
Correct. This is if they've ever got a crucial kick at goal, this is the one. They've got to nail this to give themselves some up and some lift.
Well, they haven't scored a goal since the second term. Styles. It'll be a huge effort if they can come back, but this has to be the start of it with a goal for Styles, and the goal umpire won't move until the signal for goal. It is the sixth on the board for Silvan, 6-7-43, 32-point margin. Knox are leading by. Styles kicks his second.
Yeah, just a better build-up from Silvan there. Speed on the ball. They cleared Knox's defensive line here. They get a decent look inside 50 and they get a score on the board.
So it now comes down to clearance, doesn't it? This is the clearance that's the key. They want to get another quick one, and then it puts the doubt in minds.
And it'll be Charge going up against Hanlon now, so a great opportunity for Charge to assert his dominance as we go back up in the middle. He won it down to Charge, searching again for D'Alfonso. Smith broke a tackle, couldn't break the second.
That's all right, so let's start again. Let's go again.
Yep. Creates an opportunity for someone like a D'Alfonso, like a Michael Smith, who have certainly been great today for the Cats, as has Charge in ruck. It's Hanlon who won it down. Wynn trying to grasp it, couldn't. We'll have a ball up once again in the middle.
This is where I'd want Steinecker up the ground.
I was literally about to say the same thing.
Bring him up the ground. That's when you want him.
He's in defensive 50. He's around this footy now. It's O'Halloran who tries to lay hands on it. Was spoiled from behind there. That was by Neil. O'Halloran will be corralled to the boundary line and eventually taken over.
Because it doesn't matter if he defends. You need to attack.
Yeah.
So the best way to attack is put one of your most attacking players in a dangerous spot.
He's around this stoppage as well, so could he look to unload for the Cats? It'll be Charge who wins it down. Tried to go off the deck there to Tetley. It's Neil who does. Taylor out the back. Has an option over the top. Handballs it to him now. Check side. Goal from Smith. And that's the response for the Falcons, who re-extend their advantage back out to 38 points. 11-15-81 to the Silvan. 6-7-43 at the 8-minute mark of this last term.
Too easy. That was just too easy. Then they had players that were 7-8 metres away from their opponents, flat-footed. You've got to be better than that. If you're going to if you're going to try and win from these situations, it's about being accountable first, and then when you have the football, then run. Then put yourself in those positions.
Yep, you can't do much without the football in hand.
Yep.
So you've got to wrestle that control. And here again, Knox in hand, get it out of the middle, and O'Brien on the end of it so many times. Wheels onto his right, spears the ball in. Hanlon goes up one-handed, can't take the mark. At ground level, he's the rover, not used to that role. It's bundling around, can't get it up, is Love, and it's been turned over with Silvan. Clearing kick in the middle, big pack forms, ground level. Radon, he just hasn't been able to get onto it when he likes. The bounce of the ball eludes him this time, and he applies the tackle, and Rudd will pick it up and give it back to the umpire in the middle of Wally Chew. Ball up, no ruck contest in the end. They're all tired, I think. So it's a punch forward, but it doesn't go the way of Silvan because mopping up was Morris, and he goes out wide and finds a teammate. Iliadis takes the mark. He's got time to survey options and pinpoints a pass. Finds Rudd again. Oh, sorry, Tetley. Tetley gives it off to the runner. Big, long, searching hand pass. That hand pass hardly hit the fist of Love, so he's going to have to mop up his own mess and close the boundary line. He's been taken over. I like the game of O'Brien.
Yeah, I like the game. There's been a lot of their lesser names have been really solid today, Knox.
And there's a blood rule, so it gives us a chance maybe to talk about the game as a whole.
Could be Zach Hanlon, I think, maybe.
Yeah, I think he caught one high.
And I think so. It's and this is a fair reflection of this game. I'll eventually get it out of there. But I think the scoreline is a fair reflection on this game as well. Just given particularly the dominance in that third term from Knox, which was similar to the Basin yesterday, Davo, except they just couldn't convert that term.
Yeah, and I just think that they've all round, as I said, I keep saying it, they keep winning the crucial moments in the game at the moment.
It's all about those moments, as many coaches say, as Silvan escaped the clearance through Smith to McCrimmon. They have to go through the corridor, but they go out wide to Matt Lowe, who's worked his way up the ground to centre wing. Dangerous kick in board, still found Cardamone. Has it pretty much in the centre square, right next to the cricket pitch out here at Wally 2. Heads in the Stoles direction in a one-on-one. Wrestles with his opponent. There on the ground was Matt Patira. Handled it to Wynn, who was under duress immediately.
Just needed to run off half back there.
Yeah, I know.
Perfect play for it.
Yep.
And at the right half forward flank, this ball will be tossed up. Weir with the lead. Tapped it down to Love. Love has an outlet there in Tetley, who goes to centre wing where Smith is. Picks it up eventually, got the handball away and will receive this ball back here. Although the bounce doesn't favour him, under duress again. And becomes the tackler on D'Alfonso, who's had a really good game. He's again been one of the better players for the Cats, Matteo D'Alfonso.
Yeah, look, he's tried. I've liked the job of Jordan Love. I think he's done some really good work with his in and under hands work.
As Weir won it down. It eventually reaches Tetley. Looping handball was a good one to Iliadis, who's been electric today. Took a bounce, goes for goal, misses to the left.
Tell you what, if this kid could kick, he would be dynamic.
Absolutely.
He's probably been Knox's best player today, though.
He's been pretty close. He's certainly been really good for them.
Did you just see that kick? That is so clever around the corner. And it was 50 metres around. Like, he just lightly did the slipper, did Steiniger, and they've got to half forward in a blink of an eye. It might open up for the Cats. The bounce of the ball won't help Radon. He must have some virus. The ball doesn't go near him when he wants it to. As it's now going the way of Love. He pushes off. He can't push off. That's holding the ball. He wanted to push off. I thought he was going to push off, but he never got away with the tackle. And it's a good play there by D'Alfonso.
You can just see the Silvan players starting to tie even more now, I must admit.
Yep. Just their skill execution again going forward there. Miss inside 25-metre kick. Just can't have that if you're trying to get back into the game.
Trying to spin out of tackles that weren't even there, but finally somebody came on to Neil, but he was good enough to get a hand pass forward. Silvan finally get the ball, and downfield it goes towards Cardamone. They say that the defensive attention was a bit fierce, but the umpire says, let's play on, boys. And it's even the ruck contest, Silvan aren't getting organised. Baker was late to the party, so the Falcons under not much pressure, but it does fall the way of Silvan. Cardamone on the lead. He couldn't take it out the hands in front.
I tell you what, I've loved the work of this young Ben Rudd. He has been just that really good defensive option, just doing his job. You know, role player, really good role player.
Yeah, he's tough. Blees takes it on the bounce in the ruck contest, another short one, but his kick went higher than it went further away from him. So it's at ground level. We're just bunching it out with a hand pass for Skews. Now the long kick goes towards Styles, who's underneath it. Raiden daps it to himself. He runs over it again. Styles can't get onto it, but he's trying his best. The Falcons do mop up, going nowhere in the tackle. I reckon that's Scorn. He's kicked 2 goals today, but he's mopping up half back now.
He's battled all day, Jake Styles. He's really tried hard.
Yeah, he does. He puts himself in the right spots all the time.
It's almost been a has-been day for Styles as the kick away from Wynn will fall short. Weir applies the spoil, looks to mop up on the ground, but it's his teammate who does. Got it to Market, who chips it over the top magnificently to a player in open space. And that player was Neil, who has Joe Murphy. Takes a bounce, takes another. Now has Greaves on the lead, but slipped at the wrong moment, so he's forced the handball. Going to be pinged though.
Oh.
Don't you need to be tackled?
Yeah, I didn't think he was tackled then.
Bit harsh there, and the...
But he just didn't know what to do. He had 2 options. Yep. You could see it ticking over in his head what he wanted to do.
I reckon the free kick was almost better if it was running too far, because I'll give that.
Yeah.
It was probably that last couple of steps when he fell on the ground that was the too far. That was it.
Yeah.
Just slipped at the wrong moment, and it allows Tyson Bissell's to take this.
He probably had too many options, too many things to do. Choices.
As he goes down the line, does Bissell's in the low direction, now up against 2. Good body work though, but doing well there is young Cooper Warren. Handball away to Weir. Weir's kick should be cut off, but not picking it up cleanly there was Askiak. He's there on the ground, got a handball away, but it's to Iliades. Iliades to Neil, who has open space, goes long in the Harrison Greaves direction at the teeth of goal. Good body work, couldn't reel in the grab. It's Steinecker there to mop up on the ground, unloads into the middle of Wally 2 reserve. He has Daniel Brown wanting towards this footy, but the bounce doesn't favour him. It's picked up here by Young. Young got the handball away, and the kick inside 50 from Iliades is a good one. No mark taken. Bissell's is there to mop up, and he goes out wide, searching for Ladd. Went over the top of his head. D'Alfonso was there, now has Ladd loose, but the handball was under duress. Murphy pounces, dances out of trouble, gets this ball back from Tetley. Looking for options, goes inboard because he's got a player loose, went over the top of his head, had to force a contest at the Knox player, but wins there to support Kyle Skews, who goes into the middle, searching there for Styles. Styles wheels around, heads long in the charge direction, Loy there to support, took a good grab.
Great kick.
It was, you know.
Wheeled onto his left foot.
He did, straight away, long. And this is the thing with Silvan, they've just got to get the ball into the right people's hands more often.
So Matty Lowe can go back and make this a 33-point ball game at the 16.5-minute mark of this last term. 2 goals to 1 so far in this last quarter in favour of the Falcons, as Lowe looks to add a 3rd on the board. And his 55th the season, 2026, which has been an impressive one. It fades to the left and hits the post, which may still be shaking for a while. 6-8-44 the Cats to Knox, 11-16-82. We've nearly played 17 minutes.
Davo, as a coach, I'll go backwards a bit. Joe Murphy not hand passing out to the outrider.
Yeah,
is that draggable?
Look, I think he's a creative person, but I think there are times when he tries to be too smart for his own good. He just needs to give off a little bit more often. But yeah, I don't know if it's draggable, but you can have a chat to about it.
And all that from the kick out, it didn't hit the target. There was a free kick against Knox, 25 for dissent. And it's now an open goal runned in by Brown, who's the late in, and kicks his first goal. And I don't know why he's running the ball back to the middle. It's not going to. There's not enough time for them. But it's good energy.
We do have time on.
Yeah.
Yeah. But in all seriousness, I think it's too little, too late for the Cats. It's still 32 points. We've seen stranger things happen, Dave.
I'm a Collingwood supporter.
No, we've got 2 Collingwood supporters here.
Yeah.
That's dangerous as Blease now up in ruck. Weir won it down. Smith forced the turnover, got the kick off the deck. Marquette couldn't pick it up cleanly, was put in a choker hold there by Brown. And it's going to be a yellow card to Daniel Brown. From the highs of before to the lows of a yellow card in almost 30 seconds. And he's spending 15 minutes in the sin bin. That might be his game done, and it means Silvan are down to 3 on the bench for the remainder of this contest as Marquette will take the free kick. Handy replacement, though, for Brown with Matteo D'Alfonso coming onto the ground.
Yeah, but he's probably going, I would have liked another 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, it looked like old legs when it came on, didn't it?
There's umpire. Writes Brown's name into the book and calls play to resume. So young Marquette will look into the middle where Weir's all by his lonesome.
They've done that way too easy, too many often times
Goes long in the O'Brien direction. Was there to mop up on the ground off the deck, nearly.
Scrapers.
It scared the heck out of us.
Nearly blew my headphones off my head.
Yeah,
oh my
God. Was on the floor, mate.
He wound up. There could have been a head.
He was ready. He was ready to unload there, but it is a free kick to the Cats, who send it towards this broadcast side. An absolute mongrel punt that nearly went into the timekeeper's.
How did he think that ball was in the clear for him to do that?
I don't know. I was just about to say, how many times has the ball not spun properly?
Yes, it's been incredible, hasn't it?
So the fact that he lined that up like it was a punt into the end zone, over the goals.
But we're talking about often, haven't we? The number of times they've had clear kicks.
But even for goal.
Yeah.
So at ground level, as this game is coming to its end, it's a 32-point margin. Knox look forward to a semi-final game. Have they got the game in them to progress, guys? If we can talk about that. If it opens up for Murphy now, we'll see what happens. He's been pushed over the line. What do you reckon of their chances going forward to Upper Gully next week?
The Upper Gully play a really nice transition game, but the one thing that they've got in their advantage, Knox, they've got some really handy bigs, and they mark incredibly well in the forward half.
One of those bigs is Hanlon, front position, but it's Smith taking it, and he's got some help from D'Alfonso. Bizzles has been good today. He's tried his best. Gets it to Steiniger. Steiniger's out wide, and now they're hitting targets as it's in the hands of Butera. Trying to get some dash going, but it's all too late to run out the game through Asiak, and he spills it off his own hands and out of bounds.
But also, from a Silvan side of things, they've shown great endeavour this season, it must be said. To make finals for the first time in 3 years as well, after a down couple of years, and to put their away hoodoo behind them, and to be competitive at least and be nuisance value today.
Yeah, they've definitely, they'll take a lot out of this year, but they'll certainly know that they've got a bit to work on, and the one thing that they've got to work on is decision-making and skills.
As we're now in the middle, fumbles it at the wrong moment. Under pressure now from Raiden, who certainly had his moments today, and a high free kick is found to young Dylan Marquette, or I should say Jet Marquette. There was a Dylan who played in the women's game yesterday as well, actually. So she goes short to Logan Hiscock.
Oh,
he goes even shorter.
That was like a mongrel punt that went off.
The breeze is that not much.
No,
much
there's no win, Josh.
No, I'd be shocked if it was.
They've got clogs on though, haven't they?
Yeah. It's weird. They just look to chip it around, take some time off the clock, and put an icing on this game. The Falcons conserve some energy ahead of their first semi-final next weekend against Upper Ferntree Gully.
I think like this.
Sorry, go.
No, you go.
Yeah, I think Knox have handled the ground a little bit better than Silvan.
Yeah.
They've changed lanes. They've moved the ball well. Silvan have just been too predictable.
As the fly comes in from Murphy, was spoiled from behind. There on the ground is Iliadis, got the handball away, and the snap towards goal is through.
And I think that's been the other issue. I think they've just been cleaner at ground ball as well. It just showed there, just cleaner at handball. Too many times Silvan have just had that little fumble when they've gone for the ground ball, and that just puts extended pressure on them. When they pick it up, they can't give the quick handball away, and Knox have been better at it. So, look, Knox will take a lot out of this win. They will really, it gives them another winner. It gives them a win over a top 4 side, which they've only had one this year. So it gives them another one, which is really important.
And Neil's been good.
Yeah,
He has been.
they have. So they've got the weapons to be dangerous.
I think they're a momentum side. If they can just finish off their work, they might get momentum going their way next week. Off the back, running is Margette. He takes on the tackler, hand passes it to a teammate. They've got another runner, but he dances around. I think they know that Silvan are cooked. They're done. They are slow in their legs, but they're still tackling. Good credit to Calvi. No award for the tackle, and it falls back to Margette off half back. He's got a short pass to go across ground. The runner on board will be Weir. Tom Weir gets on the end of it. He might run off. He's been, I reckon it was an accidental spoil that became like a punch to the face. And I say punch to the face in that it was a light one.
And he gets 25 as well.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
It's accidental, but I suppose you give it because it's high contact after the mark's taken.
He knew it. His opponent knew it. There was nothing malicious in it. It just happens to be a free kick and a 25.
He's been good today, Tommy Weir.
He has, hasn't he?
Really good.
And it's amazing how you brush off the bruises when you're almost got a shot at goal. But you can't get the journey from 55. Ground level, it's close to the line. Goyne sees it over as it dribbles its way for a minor score. The scoreboard is inaccurate, but it's good enough for Knox today. 12-17-89, leading Silvan 7-8-50. We're 25 minutes gone in this last term.
We might go down to the boundary shortly. Is Steiniger again unloads, searching for Stiles. On the ground, the Cats now have the numbers as Stiles got it to Smith, streaming through the middle of Wally 2. Maybe one last thrust forward for the Cats as Wynn goes towards goal, misses everything, and it's out of bounds on the full. Let's go down to the boundary and Chris Cordes.
Yes, thank you, Josh. Zane Raydan for Silvan. His day's done, clutching in his hamstring as he came off just before.
An unfortunate end to Raydan's game and his season as well, as the Cats season will come to a close as well. As Warren heads towards this broadcast side. Margette with the fly! And reeled in the grab in the end, did young Jack Margette.
He hasn't stopped playing.
He's been good this quarter, hasn't he? He's got a nice left foot.
It's on display here
Good spin.
as he heads towards this broadcast side. Going there on the ground. Heads towards the right half forward flank, and it's tapped over. Could that be deliberate? He certainly had no other intention there.
Everywhere else but Furniture Gully it is.
Yeah, I can hear Brash in the background. There's no deliberate in the EFNL.
And Ray as well. I reckon Ray will go with that call. Hopefully he's tuning in.
No, he'd just disagree with Brash, either way.
Not our special comments guys today, though, as Smith tries to bustle his way through.
No, they've got the A graders instead.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Today especially. So I'll have this ball tossed up. Right in front of the Knox coaches' boxes. That's
interesting from big Zachy Hanlon.
Gives some afters as well.
Yep.
Which is quite surprising that, but it's a free kick to the Cats. Right towards this broadcast side wing. Low will fly. He at least forced the contest. Smith is bumped over the boundary line and almost gives away a free kick.
I think the umpires are saying, yeah, we know you're frustrated. Let you get away with that one.
At the 26 and 3/4 minute mark of this last term, the Falcons are through to the semi-final.
That'd be taunting in the AFL, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think so. It'd be a...
Definitely a free kick, but maybe not at the 27-minute mark of the last quarter. Barlow skips through, and on the left, wobbly kick, but it's going to fall in the hands. Hanlon had 3 taps at it. He never brought it in. So it's now at the ground where it's 1v3. Eventually the numbers might work out, and it's well done by the Silvan player there in O'Halloran. Kept trying, pushing it in front of himself. Got some rough treatment, and he'll take the free kick. So it off half back.
That was just class from Barlow then, wasn't it? He just pick up and move.
Well, there's a wobbly kick. It's not getting better as the day gets longer with these kicks, and it evades everyone. It's like it's a house brick, and they are kicking it on its...
What the heck is going on?
I mean, you were saying about the wind before. It's like it's actually... It's not spinning out of their hands is the issue.
Yeah.
But that went flat on his boot.
I can tell you now that the boundary umpire spins are better than the players at the moment.
Ground level, nicely picked up by Taylor. He goes forward and falls in the hands of a player for Knox. And he's just standing there almost bemused. Barlow goes long. He gets it from left, one step left. Hanlon takes the mark. And he was in back position, held off his opponent and just waited for the ball to get to him. And then he took the grab.
Too big, too strong, Zachy Hanlon.
Yep.
Great kick from Barlow there.
He wasn't mucking around. And he's one person who can drive a kick. Here's Barlow.
They've got a few strings to their bow, haven't they, Knox? If they can get the ball into the right people's hands, they're dangerous. And they score. That's the other thing. They score when they're dangerous.
And Hanlon hasn't played too deep forward until probably recent moments. And his first shot on goal is a goal. So he might be significant next week. He's teasing his opponent. His opponent takes it in good jest. Well done by Bizzles not to get too riled up by the pantomime of Hanlon after the goal. But that is another goal for Knox. 13-17-95, leading by 45 over Silvan, 7-8-50.
The one thing they need to do ahead of next week, though, goal kicking practice at Knox Gardens. It's that simple.
They have missed a few. But I'd rather have 30 shots than to 15 and miss kick a few. I mean, they did have a lot. They've had a lot of shots from a lot of difficult angles.
You have 30 shots next week, you probably win the game.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Particularly against Upper Gully, who
don't score very heavily.
Nah, Knox are
They're the defenders as opposed to the attackers. Upper Gully.
Knox are a much more offensive side, as they might look to show it here through Jordan Love. Heads long, Bissell's drop the mark on the ground. The Falcons have the numbers. Barlow dances his opponent a dime and snaps through the goal.
Classy again.
He is
he's a gem, is Brandon Barlow.
He's a dangerous player to have, and you know, one of the things that Upper Gully will be doing next week is they'll be saying to themselves, well, whoever goes on him, you know what he's going to do. He's going to go straight onto that left. You've got to push him to the boundary and not allow it to become a dangerous kick.
And he's one of those guys, if you get it into his hands, then you're only going to get some opportunities in front of goal.
Yep. Weir jumps over in the tap, one down. No progression out of the middle for the Falcons. As Smith gets up, he's tried his hardest. He's always putting himself in line with the ball. Just hasn't had too many run with him trying to get it going forward, has Michael Smith. Ground level again from Weir's tap. Murphy couldn't get it going forward. I think it was a smothered ball. Now it's under hands and feet. Drawing it in was Riley Smith. And it'll be a ball up as we gone 31 minutes. Why have we gone this long in this quarter? I don't know.
There have been a few late goals, but yeah, it is quite
5 goals to 2 this quarter.
There's been a few.
There's a yellow card, a couple of 25s.
Still interesting.
It's a free kick going the way of Silvan. Long ball to Lowe. Takes it.
It's another great grab from Matty Lowe.
I mean, you can see it's a fairly simple. They've got a simple game plan.
Yeah.
They just haven't been able to execute it well enough, often enough.
Do you think they kick it long enough?
No. Well, not. And Michael was talking about it before. They just don't kick it deep enough.
No.
Yeah.
Too many shallow entries.
Yep.
So this will be a consolation prize for Lowe, but he deserves to get a goal. He's been a highlight package today. He puts it on the boot. It's riding the breeze, and he pulls it back for a goal. Well done, Lowe. You've kicked 3 goals today. Goal of the year, in my opinion, but I haven't seen many games this year.
No, I reckon that is the goal of the year.
That is goal of the year for me, yeah. That was outstanding, that.
And it's full time here at the elimination final. It's Knox progressing in Division 3. The end score is Knox 14-17-101. Silvan finished their year 8-8-56, a 45-point win to the Falcons. They move on to play Upper Ferntree Gully in a semi-final next week.
Before we get your thoughts, Dave Ryan Pales, the major goal kickers, Harrison Greaves with 4 for Knox, Braden Barlow and Benjamin O'Brien alongside Sam Goyne with 2, whilst Matty Lowe and Jake Stiles. Lowe kicked 3 and Stiles kicked 2, but a fantastic victory for the Falcons. They enter next weekend with a bit of momentum behind them, Davo.
Definitely, me, and they'll be dangerous. They played a good brand of footy today, took the game on, got territory and kept territory. Their defensive forward pressure was excellent. And they've got some dangerous players. Their ruck is going to be competitive. They have Hanlon and Greaves down forward. They've got good small forwards. Upper Gully are going to have to work really hard to beat them next week.
Yeah, I totally agree, Davo. And I just think Knox just got on top in too many positions on the ground today, and a little bit of Silvan's skill execution let them down across the ground, and it proved costly. But yeah, Knox far too good today.
Absolutely. As I see Chris Cordes and James Gagnon have a couple of interviews as well. Looks like James has got young Noah Iliades and Chris Cordes. Well, I reckon we're going to throw it down to you first, because you've got the leading goal kicker, one of the stars of this Knox lineup, in Harrison Greaves alongside you.
Yes, guys, thank you very much. I'm here with the big man, Harrison. A ton of territory in the second half. Did you ever feel like maybe you were leaving the door open a bit with the amount of behinds in that third quarter?
Yes, we certainly did. It was a bit of a basket case in that last quarter. We certainly gave him a sniff, and we were just lucky that there was a bit of turnover back and forth. So happy to get the job done. A little bit dirty in terms of points and goals, but hey, that's footy.
Yeah, fantastic. And I'd like to know, what was the halftime address from the coach there? Because you guys came out firing in the second.
Yeah, certainly. It was really about just sticking to your role. We had, a direction before the game in terms of who we identified as being potentially dangerous. Mateo, obviously, he got off the chain a little bit, so it was really just about, sorting out what we're doing and making sure we're sticking to what we've been told, really. It was a bit fiery, but certainly worked.
Yeah, fantastic. And Upper Gully next week, obviously they've got you twice throughout the regular season. You confident that you can give them a good matchup?
On our day, absolutely. We think we can beat absolutely anyone. So it's all about putting it together. But yeah, very confident.
Fantastic, mate.
Thanks there to Chris Cordes. James Gagnon, down to you.
Yeah, so Noah, mate, congratulations into a semi-final against the Upper Gully Footy Club. How do you feel going into this next one?
Yeah, thanks, mate. Today was obviously really good. Going to be a few sore bodies getting around, I think, Tuesday. But, really excited. We ran with them the whole way in the last time we versed them, so I'm really keen to see how we go this time. Neutral territory, obviously, so I reckon we can get it done.
Fair enough, mate. How'd you feel in the midfield today? Obviously, a lot of pressure coming from the Cats today. They brought it to you in the first half, probably dropped off a little bit in the second half, gave you a bit more space to go off the chain. So how'd you find that?
Yeah, no, it was a really physical game. They really brought the heat early, which was awesome. I'm not a very physical player by any means, so it was good for that. But, no, definitely, it was really good, really well done by them, and, yeah, good luck for them next year, of course.
Yeah, bloody good runner, mate. How do you feel forward performance? It was a bit dirty. How does it feel to get the job done? And just a bit of inaccuracy. How does it feel to just get the job done regardless?
Yeah, no, it feels really good. Obviously, I'm a big contributor to that inaccuracy today, but no, regardless, it was really good, and the boys stuck fat, and I think we were on top all day, so to get that result was awesome.
Well, you made up for the inaccuracy with a beautiful performance in the midfield, mate, so congratulations, good luck next week.
Appreciate it.
Thanks there to James Gagnon and Noah Iliades, getting quite comfortable there as well. Those are our two star boundary riders for the day, and Noah Iliades certainly one of the stars of today's contest, Gav.
Good representatives of their club, actually. They spoke really well. They actually understood what happened. Some players, you would know this, Dave, you go, what happened today? Some players wouldn't have a clue.
Isn't that right, Michael?
Yeah. I'm a student of the game, Davo, so I knew what happened every second of the game.
But you're right. I mean, they represent their club really well, and they both played incredibly well. And if I was given votes, I got both of them in my votes today. I thought they were, and in fact, it's a difficult game to give votes because I think there was probably 10 or 12 players from Knox that could have got into the votes.
Absolutely.
And that's the difficult part, but it was really good game of footy.
It was, particularly from Knox in that second half, and we're going to get their song thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral celebrating lives before we go to one last break to close out today's edition of the Eastland match of the round, and I'm sure they'll belt it out, but still got a bit of work to do if they are to go all the way in season 2026. Here comes the song, thanks to Tobin Brothers.
Because here we get a good signal here, lads. Here we go.
So it might be cutting a little bit in and out.
We can hear shush.
They need to be quiet. They need to be quiet, do the Falcons boys.
Well, that was good.
was quite good, actually. Oh, maybe not that, but apologies for the language there. There we go. Song brought to you by Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. We're going to go to one final break out here at Wally 2 Reserve. The Falcons going through to a first semi-final, 14-17-101, defeating Silvan 8-8-56.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back to Wally 2 Reserve. Division 3 elimination final. Run and done out here between Knox and Silvan, and it's the Falcons advancing to a first semi-final with Upper Ferntree Gully this time next weekend out here at Wally 2 Reserve, winning 14-17-101 to the Cats 8-8-56. Just going through the major goal kickers once again. Harrison Greensmith 4, Ben O'Brien and Sam Goyne alongside Braden Barlow kicked 2 goals each, whilst also impacting the scoreboard was Jack Tetley, Fraser Smith, Charlie Young, Zach Hanlon in the last quarter and Jack Neal, whilst for the Cats 2 goals to Jake Stiles, 3 goals to Matty Lowe, Zane Randon, Andrew Cardamone and Daniel Brown also getting on the scoreboard, and 30 seconds later getting yellow carded as well. So what a great way to end the day for Daniel Brown, who was a late inclusion as well and had his moments as well, as did Silvan, it must be said, Davo. Before we get stuck into our votes, what do you think they can learn from this season and from this contest as well?
Well, I suppose we talk about the progression from last year, and one of the things you you mentioned was the fact that they got the home ground only win off their back and their ability to win away from home. I looked at the fact that they also had, they had 500 plus scores and only 4 under 50 scores. So I think their scoring options were better this year. I think they've uncovered a couple of nice young players. They've got some really good players to build a team around. What they just need to do is that, as we spoke about towards the end, and something that we saw against the Upper Gully game as well, they need to really work on their skills. They need to get better with their skills because it wasn't good enough. They turned the ball over at crucial times, especially under pressure. And if you can do that, if you can be good with your skills under pressure, and as we go up the divisions and we look at you look at the top players in East Ringwood, you look at the way that they are able to use the ball under pressure, learn from those players, have a look at what they do, practice those skills, and they'll get better. So they need to get a few more players into their list. How long will Charge be able to go on for? I'm not sure. He's got at least another year in him. But how long do you wait on him? How long does Smith have to keep going? Those players, there'll be decisions made. But there's a lot to like. They've made finals. They haven't embarrassed themselves in the final. It's not like they've come out and been absolutely terrible. They just weren't able to take their opportunities when they had them. And Knox were just too good on the day.
I think they were good nuisance value, Silvan. But for Knox Pales, it's still a good opportunity for them next weekend, taking on Upper Ferntree Gully. They're yet to defeat a side inside the top 3 of the Division 3 competition. But with the way they play, their offensive brand, and in comparison to Upper Gully, who like to transition but are certainly more well-equipped defensively, they're every opportunity are the Falcons.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, with Harrison and Zach down there, and the ball comes to ground, and Sam Goyne had a good game today. He was opportunistic as a small forward, and Barlow's opportunistic, classy left footer, and then Jet Margett in the second half really came on and found his way into the game really well and used the ball well. And Tommy Weir had a great game. So yeah, they've definitely got 15 players that can take it up to Upper Gully, yeah.
They certainly can. We're going to go through our only award, of course. If we had the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, I think it's pretty clear who it was because we have the goal of the year. I still think we should try to find a way to give an award to Matt Lowe for what was an absolutely fantastic goal.
Like in a final, we're talking about a goal in a final too, and it was an absolutely spectacular goal. Spectacular, I suppose, 6 seconds of play where you got the little kick from Stiles, which was incredibly clever out to him. And then he's turned around and deliberately kicked a left foot boomerang from the pocket. Was just magnificent goal.
It's certainly what. Go on, Pals.
No.
I was going to say, well, we'll go through our Cryo Stay Young Best on Ground Award, our 3, 2 and 1. And Davo, I'm always going to throw to you first because you're always very keen.
Always keen to get them over and done with. So I'm going to go. I'm going 1 vote to Noah Iliadis. I thought his spark and run and carry right from the very first quarter was excellent. He did let himself down a little bit with his disposal, but he, I reckon he's a 60 to 70 metre player. When he gets the ball, he carries the ball, and by the time the ball ends up where it's got to go, he's been a 60 to 70 metre player, and they're worth gold. So I'll give him 1 vote. I'll give him Braden Barlow 2 votes because his class was just, it shone out all over the ground. Every time he picked the football up, he knew where he was going to put it. He put it on Harry Greaves' head 3 or 4 times, and he also put it on Zach Hanlon's head at the end. Magnificent. I'm going with the captain. I'm going with Harrison Greaves as my 3 votes because when they needed someone early to take control of the game, it was his marking that took control of the game. Didn't necessarily hit the scoreboard every time, not necessarily, but I just thought that whenever they needed someone to take the mark, he was there to take the mark. And in all the teams I've coached, if you've got a good forward who you're reliable on getting the ball down to, it makes a hell of a difference. And even Mr. Paolini, who's sitting opposite or next to me, one of the things about him when he was at Doncaster was exactly the same thing. Was the fact that you knew when you got the ball into his area, he was either going to mark it or bring it to ground. And they're worth gold in these games, and they're worth gold in finals. So that's why I've given him my 3 votes.
They sure are, and I'm going to throw to you next, Michael Paolini, for your 3, 2 and 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty going to take the same line as Davo. I'm going to give Noah Iliades 1 vote. Yeah, like Davo said, he broke the lines. He did get let down by his disposal today, but he's a young kid in the final, and he'll be better for the run. 2 votes for Braden Barlow. He's just classy today. Hit the scoreboard, set up a few as well, and 3 to Harry Greaves. 4 goals. Big contested mark, and outstanding today was Harry.
Sure was. James Gagnon, I'm going for your 3, 2 and 1 next.
So for my 1, I've gone for Jimmy Charge. I feel like from the get-go he was just kept Silvan in it. He won almost all the taps he was in, and I felt like he was influential for the Cats to keep themselves in the game. For 2, I've gone Harry Greaves. I feel like Davo said at the start, he took control for the Falcons, kicked a few snags, got a few marks up, and he was very influential in Knox's charge towards a good win. But speaking of people who are influential, like my man Noah Iliades, he was absolutely phenomenal today. I'm taking him from 3 votes.
Chris Cordes, our other boundary rider, what's your 1, 2 and 3?
Yes, I've gone quite similar. I've gone James Charge for 1. Thought he was very, very good for Silvan, their best player by far. 2 to Noah Iliades and 3 to Harrison Greaves. But I'd also just like to give a shout out to Ben O'Brien there for Knox. I thought very underrated performance here, and was probably a bit unfortunate that some of his teammates did so well, but I thought especially in that first half he was so dynamic for them and gave them a lot.
Pretty close between Noah Iliades and Harrison Greaves. Gav, I'm going to go to you next.
I wanted to get some Silvan players in like Michael Smith, who tried. There was a few others I could mention, but I'll just go down the better players. Not much splits them. I'll go Barlow for 1. I think Greaves for 2. And I actually think his first half, despite his errors in kicking it, set up a lot of great stuff. So I'm going to go 3 votes to Noah Iliades.
Yes, my 1, 2 and 3. I've gone Harrison Greaves for the 1 vote. I think his presence was really good inside forward 50, but it just felt like he was a bit too in and out of the game. 2 votes, Braden Barlow. He's certainly someone that's an exciting presence inside forward 50 all around the midfield for Knox. And the 3 votes go to Noah Iliades. He's certainly an exciting talent, and is someone that's going to be an exciting prospect for Knox or whatever club he plays at in many, many years to come. But just counting the votes, and I don't trust my votes too much. Although
we should get Blake to count them.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think he'd be maybe not quite as good as me. Matt's not his strongest suit, but I think it's Harrison Greaves. So just quickly counting, I think he's gotten 14 votes, and Noah Iliades has gotten 11. I think he's gotten 13 votes in the end. So maybe we'll count, but I think it's pretty evenly.
It's hard to read your sheet, but I sort of agree with you.
Yeah, we'll go with Harrison Greaves for the best on ground award. I think it was 14 votes to Greaves, 13 votes to Iliades, 6 votes to Braden Barlow, and 2 votes to James Charge, which means Harrison Greaves, I wonder how many awards he's won in his time as well.
Yeah, look, he would have, and he's been a great captain. And what's also been great about Harrison is that he stuck fat with the club. I know, I've been one of them, but there's been a number of people at different clubs who have been very keen to try and get him out of Knox because he's such a good key forward. There's been clubs in higher divisions that have been after him, and you know what? He's stayed with the club. They've supported him incredibly well, and his family through the years. And, not that you're giving him votes for that, but the reality is he's been a great clubman, and he continues to be so, and a great captain.
Yeah, he's a good leader. He's a good leader.
Sure is. But it's the Cryo Stay Young Best On Ground Award. Of course, gets a $50 Cryo Stay Young gift voucher. If clubs want to go down to Cryo Stay Young, there is packages available on the AFNL website as well. Of course, as Ryan Long continuously mentions, he's been down there earlier this season with Josh Tovey, and sounds like it's a pretty good spot. Maybe somewhere we could all go to as a media team.
I keep thinking cryogenics as if I'm going to that someone's going to freeze me and I'm going to come back in 200 years' time. But yeah.
No, anyway, but
I might be
get the old Walt Disney
that.
treatment, you reckon, Dave?
We're going to put your head in a jar. We'll start with that, and then we'll see if cryogenics can help you later.
It's right next door to my dentist too, so maybe I could go from one to the other.
Jeez, wouldn't that be nice? But we might start to slowly wrap things out here at Wally 2 Reserve. Of course, it's been a fantastic weekend out here at the new home of the Division 3 finals, it must be said, Davo.
Yeah, been really good. Great viewing area. Great surface and a good sized ground for finals, and we've seen 2 really good games of football, and the level and standard of the division has been really high, which has been great.
Sure has. We're looking forward to the remainder of the final series as well. Of course, Premier Division, the final round of the home and away season next weekend. Divisions 1 down to 4. Division 3, the second week of finals, with the first week for Divisions 1, 2 and 4. But we'll start to close things out. Chris Cordes, great to have you back for an Eastland match of the round down on the boundary as well.
Yes, thank you, mate. It was smooth sailing until the sun hid behind some buildings. But happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
James Gagnon, also good to have you back for Division 3 action this time around as well.
Yes, loved it, lads. Thank you again.
Absolute pleasure, and it was a pleasure to have this man on the special comments chair as well, and hopefully get to hear his voice a bit more often, the Surrey Park Football Operations Coordinator, who did a magnificent job alongside his former coach and Brett Davidson, and that is, of course, the champion that is Mick Paolini. Thanks for jumping on today, Pales.
Thanks, boys. It was very enjoyable.
Sure was.
Can you order me some fish and chips from Grey Shark when you get home?
Yeah, I can.
I'm just around the corner from
you. Maybe we could have dinner together.
Yeah. I'll be a while.
Get the candlelight out as well, and maybe go to Eastland.
Some red wine, even.
That little reserve where that guy's always looking at birds.
Yeah,
no one else
that's weird.
Of course, Brett Davidson, great to have you on the special comments here and on the pre-game show as well this afternoon.
Yeah, I've enjoyed the weekend, and it was great today. Great to work again with Michael, and I think a few people have got to be scared. I think there's a role for special comments coming up with the young man. He's got a string to many bows at this stage.
He certainly does. It was great to have him.
Hang on, he's writing it down.
As said, and Emily Mackay's not here, so we had the A-team on the special comments chair, and then the
she actually said to me, she introduced herself to me, and she said, "You're not taking my job, are you?"
She actually did. Gav Casey, the final specialist, good to have you back, and great to be calling alongside you.
Well, it is Sunday. I had to be here.
Yeah,
so.
Of course, but pleasure to have you all.
Yeah, it was great to be with you. Great call, mate, and I really enjoyed it.
Absolute pleasure. Lee and Megan Lee and the LKL and media crew doing a fantastic job week in, week out. We're looking forward to the remainder of the final series as well. We're all in for the finals in the AFNL. The Falcons winners out here as well. And today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round.